Hey everyone. It's morning. There you go. Morning for me at least. Yes. I think I'm awake. I don't even know if I'm awake at this point. I should probably try to be up even earlier so I can actually have more time to wake up. I don't know. Mornings don't really work for me. It is being up all night though. After all, if I do that, then I can't do anything else. Do the usual host link thingies in the Discord. Got the business messenger. Yeah, the wish list subscribe type message thingy. Okay, I am live. Oh. Also, while I'm at, I need to on the multi-chat. Multi-chat. Like multi-pass, but multi-chat. I haven't seen the movie forever. Fifth Element, there we go. My brain is not quite unworking yet. Still even tried I'm working on today. I'm trying to... There's still a weird loading issue with the data layers, so I don't know how I feel about that. What's up with the old kick preview in the background here? Is it not working? Oh, it's working now. Good old finicky kick. I put a test into the YouTube one to make sure it shows up. Good, good, good. Just about ready. We'll start at the outside for a second. Okay. Should about cover everything and then some. What was I even working on? Well, just run around, test things a bit. It's too early for me today. Yeah, it's like, just that takes a bunch of time to load everything. I'm curious to see how that'll work out for the rest of the time. Wait, what are you doing? Huh? They seem like they're so broken. They should really ban bot accounts. They should. Like, I wonder if I could make some sort of thing to prevent it from allowing them to do that. Whatever. Yeah, it eventually kind of loads in. And this character keeps moving for some reason. Why? It might be it just has to load too many things at too much of a distance. And I might not be able to do the level I was doing, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about that to make it seem like things load in at a reasonable time frame. Where's the ramp going? And even then, it's not a reasonable time frame at all. Hey, Funny Focus Dev. Oh, thanks. Now if I could just make it where this, these data layers would actually all load at the right time. I'm working on it. And sometimes they just don't load. You're like, cool, neat, but why? So if I can solve this mystery, I can have everything on the same level. Huh, anyway. How's your day going? This room loads fine. This room loads relatively fine too. Wish I'd done more Halloween areas. But then you didn't really load. I'm glad it's going good. Even though a comment up there was like, true. About the whole fixing things. Yeah, I mean, I learned about data layers pretty recently last week, and I'm... like, on paper they should work, but as you can see, this room is suddenly not loading. That is weird. And once one of them doesn't load, they kind of all don't load. That's... weird? I think it's just taking forever to load them. Hmm. Oh. Fair. Well, basically, there are these things called data layers, right? And you can put anything you want in the data, any of the actors in an area, and then if you load a data layer, you find a data layer picture. Like I have every room in data layer. So this room here is this one here. So I load this and it goes, loads all, it's like boop, here you go. And then you have all that stuff there. And if you then you just do that during the game, right? And that's what's so cool about them. They're alphabetized, so I have to click this, like those load in, no problem. The ones that have a lot of stuff tend to be a bit rough, I think. So I'm kind of messing with those because this will let me have every single, like everything on one map, the whole game. That's kind of what I'm working towards, just everything in one map. Yeah, you can just, it's basically just a thing you can call and you can load and unload them whenever you want. And then I basically have boxes around the rooms, essentially like collision thingies that it just hits and it causes those to load. Well, it's supposed to. Supposed to. But yeah. Yeah. It's just so far it's a lot of the times loads it. A lot of the time, maybe. Yeah, you just load the data layer at runtime and that's it. Just this wonderful note here. And I can make this less distance and then it's less likely to load it. Maybe it won't be as hard on it. To have these like room info thingies that basically every room has a thing and it's just essentially bumper cars around it that say, hey, you know, hit this line and load. That's it. That's all. There's also lines for all these stupid for the map system, which is most of the lines. But in theory, it gives me a bunch of FPS gain and, you know, will let me have any number of things on a map. In theory. In practice, I don't know. If at any point I decide the system doesn't work, I could just, you know, enable all the layers and not disable anyone. And look at how fast it loaded it this time. I had no problem this time. But this will mean I won't have to split the things up between different maps. Things keep killing themselves for some reason. I don't know why. But the problem is by reducing the load distance, they load in slowly. Like she'll probably be in the room before it even loads. Once it loads it the first time, it seems like it's really easy for it to load each time afterwards. But what I wonder is, once it's packaged, how will it behave? Everything just jumping in the water and dying for some reason. I'll have to figure out why they're not spawning where they're supposed to be. I'll load them all once. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of data layers, but the whole point of them is this. And like, you know, the example in that Epic used, they were changing the entire world around the person. So it's just loading all layers. You can see how long it takes to load everything. Might be the level instances. The HLS system level instances meant that I basically got an unlimited number of the same thing if I wanted. Like it only had to load it once and it just could put it all over the place. And that was what's so great. But they don't seem very good with data layers at all. Like data layers seem like they don't work like that with level instances. It'd be really unfortunate because I have to replace everything with the non-level instance, which would be me replacing everything, or just swapping everything out. Take forever. Oh. Memory management is like rough, but it's rough in everything. Honestly, man, I've spent plenty of time doing memory management and other things too, other games, even other engines. And as soon as they've all loaded once, we'll disable them all again. Kind of defeats the purpose if you have to do that, though. If it even works, but I don't know. So far, I haven't managed to. You know how logic actually happens in Unreal? Do you script things in the UI there? The logic of these things here? Basically, it just goes a left to right thing. We have various event thingies that trigger. The most commonly used one, where is it at? Would be like event begin play. As soon as you begin playing the game, this line will happen. It's like doot, doot, doot. I guess I can start with a simple blueprint, get a better idea of things. Alright, let's just make a simple one here so I don't have to. So let's make a simple actor here. Just do this. It's like, okay, cool. We'll call it BP. My new actor. Yay. And it pops up and it's like, the viewport here just lets you add things. Like say like I want to add, you know, a sphere to it. Okay, now there's a sphere here, and then you can move it around just however you want, do whatever you want. I mean, this is where the default is, you know, the actor, but you can move things all over you want. Want to just random static mesh? Go ahead, do that. Toss it on there. They can be attached to each other or whatever. Over here is we have various options for each thing. Okay, so I want to pick a static mesh like this. I need a static mesh. I don't even know what that is. So it's a little head. Perfect. Let's put a little head on top of here. Change the size of the head to something like that. We got like a 3. Or not 8 heads up here. It's our new friendly actor. Just compile, I usually save it, take the BP new actor, drop in the world, and suddenly we have this weird thing. And then, you know, you have an event graph here. And this is where you have, you know, the various nodes, and start choosing default ones. It's beautiful, exactly. And I mean, the main one you often look at are like basically event begin play, because as soon as it begins play, it does something. It's like, okay, cool. So an event tick is every single time the engine ticks, it'll run these. I don't usually use it. And begin overlap is its own thing too. Let's say I have like a collision over here, you know, let's you can make a collision off anything, but we'll just do a collision thing here. We'll do a sphere collision, why not? Let's find a sphere collision here and let's make it big. Sphere radius. And then you can like go, okay, well, right click this, and then there's add events for it, the various events, and we'll just like on begin, if you want to begin overlap, sure. I'm also gonna add a 3D text, just for fun. Because I did make this an actor and I'm being too lazy there. Alright. How big is this text? I want to see it. View. Gonna rotate it. It's got all these things like that. We'll justify it to horizontal just so we don't hate ourselves too much. Alright, these are things like, you know, the various options here. And this is when it begins over. It'll get a reference to the other actor. It's like, okay, so well, my player character is well, actually we can just do that. Something like I have tags in there, so we'll have like has tag, actor has tag. This Poppet has tags. You can give actors tags for things. In this case, she has the tag of unsurprisingly Poppet. Actor has tag Poppet. Yay! Let's branch off this. Branch is basically just an if essentially. You just go, okay, well, this is the condition for it. If the actor has tag Poppet. Neat. If true, you can drag these things out and they're a reference to themselves, so we're just going to set the text on this. And you can drag off these things and promote them to a variable if you want, and that makes life easier. And we're going to set the compile it. Compiling it lets you, you know, do variable things like that. We're going to set this text to we'll do this here. We'll do this the smart way here. Drag things around so nice. We're going to set this. You can drag variables from here. Getting it just gets the value. Setting it, you know, sets it. Hello. Come back. So if it's true, you'll set this variable to hello, and I just didn't type anything. Come back here. You'll set to come back as those, and then whichever value is there. I mean, I could change the name of this to like, you know, text say. Why not? I mean, I don't do any kind of version control. I just have backups of the entire project that I do every day. Could you set up version control? Sure, people do. But but a solo dev. I mean, there's an undo history, so you can sit there and undo things all the way back to maybe the last one was cleared, or if you load a different map, then it wouldn't. You'd lose all this. But other than that, so if you want to get rid of something, we'll set this text as no value to start with. Put them in the world. My beautiful creation. You just go, hello. Oh, my bad. I'm bad at the engine, don't worry me. I need an actor end overlap too. So I'm going to begin end overlap. Sure. Same thing here. I forgot that this would obviously do nothing. It's dumb. Technically, I could recycle the same code up here. Just drag the line like this. It doesn't really care. But for organization purposes, I don't like doing that. It would have no functionality difference, though, so it doesn't really make a difference. But there we go. I'm still waking up. I was trying to get off of caffeine, which is not... Life's rough at the moment. Life's saved. Hello. Come back. Hello.
That was easy.
Exactly. Should have made it a character, then I could have launched it. I still can. Oh, why'd I click that? I'm stupid. Don't ever do it that way. No, no, no. Don't open freaking Visual Studio. Nobody likes Visual Studio. Typing out code. Freaking weird. And repairing it to a character. Aha! Launch character. They'll get angry when you leave. Oh. Glad to hear it. Yeah, it's really, once you understand the basic concept of the way the blueprints work, it's a lot easier. The hardest thing I think for people to figure out is largely what starts a chain. I know, remember that was hard for me. It's like, okay, cool, but when does the logic run? And once you understand how to set those up, it becomes like, and then the next hard thing is understanding how to get a reference to something. Because once you have a reference, then you can kind of do whatever. And you can also, you know, just drag off these and it'll give you options that you could do. And you can go through each node and find out what amuses you. And it'll tell you when you just mouse over things. So, you know, if you really want to figure things out. And they have a context sensitive. So this way, you know, you can kind of see what is and isn't useful by it. Don't get me wrong, it's not always accurate, but it's pretty accurate, you know. This thing here is just a launch character. They have parents, like there's an inheritance thing that goes on, and I originally had an actor blueprint, but I switched it to a character because the characters have more pre-made stuff. Because Unreal Engine, they pre-make a lot of crap for you. You don't have to do as much. There's a joke that, you know, every problem is, you know, in Unreal Engine, it's just a checkbox you didn't see somewhere, and it's exactly that. They've programmed kind of like everything if you want it. You don't really have to do a lot of stuff. Like you want double jump, you simply go to the jump like, number of jumps available, and you change it to a 2 instead of a 1. Like you didn't have to do anything. There's no programming involved. You can change all the variables to change how much the character moves up and down in those jumps, how much control you have in the air. All these things are programmed for you. You really don't have to do as much. You'd be surprised how much is done for you. Yeah, I mean, you can. Like this, it's like, oh. Am I bad at the engine? I'm bad at the engine. That's true. I am pretty bad at the engine. Why you no lunch, bucko? You should. Am I missing something today? I might be. Launch character self. You have the car, so you know for the engine? Yeah. That's fair. There we go. It was just such a wimpy bounce. I'm back. I had it programmed right. I just needed to give it like a larger number. Maybe we set to like 5,000. Oh god. I don't get out much, okay? No, I ain't close enough to trigger it. I need to make the thingy bigger. Pew. Obviously, that's a little ridiculous, but yeah. And you can go like make a looping event here, and we'll this new one here. It's a create a custom event. Custom event's just exactly what you want it to be. It's whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to do with it. It's fine. Well, let's just follow the player. Sure. That's fine. Get the actor location, and we'll get the player character. You can always get the player character. So boop. So get the player character, get the location of the player character, and then move to target. So just move to, I believe it was. Move component to, no. Move to location actor. My brain isn't on yet. Goal location. Actually, I don't even need this thing. I could just move to actor. Never mind, let's skip that. Goal actor. Screw location. I'll be smart. I'll just move directly to the actor. The acceptable radius will be 100. Sure. It stops at 100. And then we're going to put a player. That's what it was. Can't type. What do I call this event? Follow the player. Sure. Because I made this event, I can, you know, now call it. Once it fails or finishes, either way, follow the player. Just keep doing it. Yeah, controller, I believe it was. Yeah. Oh, I'm blanking on names here. Too early for me to set all this up. Blah 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 blah. When you don't even remember your own crap. Yeah, it's just get self. That's what it was. Sure. It's its own AI controller. Everything already has its own AI controller built in, and I realize you don't have to do that yourself. And then when event begin play here, as soon as it starts, it'll begin this chain. And all this does is a cyclical event. It just sits there and goes, okay, well, I run this, do this, and then as soon as it hits this again, it just goes, whoop, goes right back to here and does it again. And that's... I do a lot with cyclical events. You could... There's like event by timers, and there's other ways to do it too. And there's like so many ways in Unreal Engine to do things. And now it goes, whoop, and it's like, come back, and it goes... Oh, should come back. You gonna follow me, buddy? Did that interrupt the movement? I wonder if the launch character messes that up. I don't know why I'm investing time. It's just something fun to do, I guess. I use print streams, keep track of stuff. Actually, I'm gonna run off these, not that. That's how you find out what it's doing. And then it just stops, it breaks. I guess the jump can break the movement. That's interesting. I didn't think that's broke movement, but I guess it does. Well, that's fine. Let's put a delay on this then. Every 5 seconds, it'll... 3 seconds. They'll do it again. Disaster averted. Oh, yeah. The number of ads I get, like for bot things, is so high. There we go. Hello. Beep, 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 beep. I'm back. Yeah. I figure if you have less than 10 viewers on Steam, you get them. If you're on Kick, you just get them. So to be fair, I never had that many viewers on Kick, honestly. I think once I had like 8. It's the highest thing I've ever had. Twitch, I used to get more at night, but that's just because of raids. If no one raids me, then I don't get it as money for certain. Raids are kind of about the only real way you ever truly get big numbers, I find. I got confused because I was above. No, there it is. It's right back to doing it. Now I kind of want some weird doll head thingy on top of a ball that jumps on you as an enemy. I'm just saying. Or maybe the ball should roll after you. Hmm. Well, if I did that, then I'd want it to be its own little buddy here of, just make it an actual character itself. Do I want that? I mean, it would just be like a ball that rolls after the player. And just bonks them. I mean, I don't see why not. Let's make a child of this. We'll call this a doll ball. Why not? I don't get out much, so you know. Might as well use whatever idea comes to mind. And live over here. Nah, like eventually I usually pick up enough viewers that I get past the things on Twitch. YouTube doesn't even seem to have them. Like I don't think I've ever seen a bot message on YouTube. I've streamed all of them at once, and you know, YouTube is apparently good at stopping, or maybe there's just no value in people paying for bots on YouTube. I don't know what causes it, but meanwhile on Kick, if I get like 8 a stream, I'm not surprised. Like they're so common. Speaking of which, ban the bot. Yeah, hopefully that gives you at least some idea of how they work. Oops. They're not too hard once you mess with them. Like I said, I'd probably follow like a how to make a game example, and they give you an idea on how to make some simple things real quick, and just keep tossing more little tutorials on there. That's what I did. Just new tutorial each time. It's just like, okay, well, this is a new feature I want for my game. Okay, well, tutorial for that. And eventually I just learned how to do a bunch of things just by trying to mesh it together. This is how we start from the beginning, and you know, you're obviously not going to work from the beginning because your first game tutorial will put you at a certain level, and then each new one will be from the start when you're just like, well, how does that even fit? It's like puzzle pieces, really. It eventually just comes down to understanding that it's how do you get it to show up, like an event to show up on the blueprints, and then how do you get a reference to what you want to do with it. Once you can solve those two mysteries, you can do just about anything. I had a bunch of assets here, and I was thinking maybe I would do... Half the enemies in this game are pure trash that I've just thrown together because I only have so much money towards characters. That's okay. Nothing wrong with trash. Where were those doll pieces at? I don't remember, but doesn't mean I can't find them. Find me this thing's location. Oh, it's under Fab, okay. I almost like the mannequin head though. Drag this mesh onto here. I only need a sphere. Match the mesh. Change the shape of this a little bit. Size of it. I mean, I could put little pipes and like a little wheel thing sticking out the sides. Maybe make it a little smaller. I kind of want to try to jump on the player. It's true. If you click this, it actually finds the file in the Explorer here, so that's what I'm doing. Just clicking it, finding it. Add a scene. A scene's basically like almost like a folder, if you will. Oh, it's like the ball base or something. Ball holder. So if you want to put a bunch of things in one location, so you can, you know, keep track of them and move them all at once in the same space. That's basically what it does. Oops, like that. I had to shrink the whole ball holder. This way you can scale them all uniformly too. Pretty useful. How far do I want this to stick out? Good question. That's why I do random things, demonstrate things to people like that. I often come up with bizarre ideas because I did it. No other explanation than it's like, oh yeah, that's a weird idea. I'll do that. Yeah. And you just kind of make things that make no sense. Because why not? I guess I want them all to be about the same size. That's right. David Lynch would be proud. Actually, I could just use little holders on here too. Interesting indeed. Why is the little holder so much smaller? Of course, if I just did the pipes, the holder might not be that necessary, but you could actually... So I wanted to roll after the player, and then I wanted to like bounce on the player or try to, and that's its strategy. No other explanation than that. But maybe I don't need to make it as big as that. Maybe I can get away with smaller. Yeah, I probably need a small pipe to put in between those. Give it like a little something something. You know what I mean? I could bend some pipes specifically for it using a spline and then cram them into here, which might be what I should do because then it would become a little more accurate, I guess. But I don't know if I want to do that or not. Oh yeah, that's right. This is not a. It's not in the world. I can't just alt drag to duplicate things in a blueprint. Yeah, you can just build stuff like it's in the world here, except for with a couple of slight caveat differences. By doing that, you can make characters out of parts, which is what I'm doing. The ball might need to be bigger. I can also shrink the size of the enemy too. Oh yeah, yeah. You gotta dupe it this way. I can control D, I guess. I don't think about that, but I probably should. Nice control D, buddy. There you go. I guess to be fair, the wheel could be bigger and also like not as fat. Like I can scale it inwards and make like, I kind of want to just bounce on the thing there. I almost think the little head thingy should actually be like this whole the ball holder should be just smaller, I guess. Honestly, this should probably just be on top of the ball holder too, so I can move the whole thing. Mute, 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 mute. I don't even know why the central pipe is here, really, because these can just be pushed into the sides, right? The central pipe doesn't even make sense. Originally, I thought it was kind of like almost like a spoke or something, but yeah, I don't think it needs to be. Is the sphere not centered? Not really. The location's a little... okay, it's up higher. Sure. Just the ball holder thingy is maybe not the most accurately placed. Yeah, I just kind of... It's kind of high up in the air, unfortunately. I could probably all just be the same thing, save time. this different material. Can make it black or something like that. Can also just use some of the materials out of this to make it weirder. Wow, it doesn't work well, does it? Weird. Well, the white almost fits with these weird masks, but... I could make it black, too. Lots of materials to play with. And give it little spikes too. Right, with cones. Probably actually just fuse all those together. That's an interesting idea too. Oops. Let's put the spikes somewhere separate. In case I want to rescale them all really easily, I guess. I don't know. Unfortunately, those are a little big for this thing here. They wouldn't go through the center. That's not going to work the way I want. But I can fix that. Right. I've been needing to design more enemies for a while now. Very true. That's even better. That's way better. Right? I mean, like, now it's like sticking in its ears or something. It's more demented. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Much better. A perfect music for this kind of weird creature. I mean, who wouldn't buy this toy for their kids? Imagine toys without spikes on them. Weird. All my homies hate toys that don't have spikes on them. Whoa, 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 whoa. We wall would never fall down? Exactly. And you just have a little spike ball that comes after you, just rolls around. Doing its little spike ball things. I'm not sure I'm gonna make the ball roll yet, as far as making it roll when it moves per se, but I'll find a way. Maybe it'll just have an animation that causes it to rotate if it's moving, and that'll be close enough. You know, I'll figure out more as I go. It's always better to just make the weird idea and then go from there than it is to try to make it perfect the first time around. It needs to be just high enough that this is not a problem here. Up there too. I want it to be right there, but these spikes want to be big enough that you can see them. Unless they shrink the ball size. A little bit. A little bit. The lame version is gone. The much improved version has returned. That's kind of cool. Sorta. She rolls around doing its little thing. Contraption enemies are the best enemies because they cost me nothing extra to make. Just time. As you know. They just, bunch of junk. Alright, so... Actually, I see this. What if a capsule would be better? Didn't quite connect that well on the sides, does it? Maybe I should have the thing sticking through it just to be a little better. Nah. Oh, that's right. There's a reason why you put them on a scene. You can't move them separately, otherwise they all have different things like that, as you can see. I'd want to add them all to different scenes. Nah, it's fine for what it is right now. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. I should set this up better. I should set it just like I do for Charlotte. The tags. Oh. How can you not have a gameplay tags? What am I missing here? Where are your gameplay tags? You're not showing inherited? Yeah, okay, that's the problem. I was like, wait a minute, where are my inherited variables? I have it set up that, you know, they have a parent, and then you can make children of that parent, and then the children inherit everything the parent had. It's not like real life, there's no inheritance tax, so, you know, gains all the variables, functions, and all that crap. Doesn't gain the macros, though, that's notable. Oh, actually, that's, oh, a ball. What other tags these ones have? We just not showing inheritance? No? Problem is today, buddy, but it is what it is. Can act alternate death and enemy. Oh, no more. See if I can remember this one here. It's new update component and the shipyard. This thing just update the spike scene. Right. We'll find out which is the right way for this one. Well, it's not the right direction for the ball to rotate, but here we are doing here we are things. It has a rotating movement component because of course it does. It's Unreal Engine. That stuff's made for you. Why would you make stuff for yourself? That's weird. I'd be surprised how much crap is just done for it. That's why I use this engine. It's just like the best engine because it just does all the work. It does so much work for you. I won't say all of it. It does a lot of work for you. And other engines just don't. Just don't do the work for you. Actually found this engine out like a long time ago. Whoa, buddy. Also wrong direction. I'll have to pick a different pivot point then. I want the ball to be the pivot thing, so I might have to just, not the seam, but the ball is what rotates, and just put the seam on the ball. Would make sense. What's the right direction? Do that and then rotate the ball instead. Ball. Let's make it always rotate. Yay, it's like give it little car noises or something. It's like it doesn't even hit the head there too. I didn't give it a damage number. I have a better damage system than this setup. I need to do better, probably. Need little enemies graph too, probably. Actually, I probably do have to have individual graphs for each of these. There's gonna be like 80 freaking enemies. Sadly, now I can't separate them out by map like I was doing, which would have made my life a little easier for sorting. It's okay. Anyway. Nope. Do I have a move to target? I think I do. Nightmare fuel here. Jesus. I'm not sure if this is more efficient or better or not. It's just kind of less cords going everywhere, I guess. I do wonder if I should be separating these out to be like another smaller grab. Yeah, I want to grab this, not that. Thank you. I don't know if this is actually better. I guess it's easier to read. That in itself is pretty good. Because a lot of times it gets pretty hard to read if the chords go dumb. And they typically will go dumb after a while. I'm not sure that's better. So I could just sort them like this and then just ram them off to the side, and that would probably be cleaner than what I'm doing here. I think it is actually. F this. I did this in the other one too to make it cleaner, and it came out much nicer at the end, much more readable. As well as lines going through them though, but it'll be a little less bad. And that straight stuff apparently. Why is this one unstraightenable? It's weird. Is this ish straight in there? Like it straightens right here, but if you push it farther in, it's no longer straight. Oh, weird. No, wait, I have a better idea. This is gonna get messy otherwise, so I'm gonna do what I can to clean it. Each row will have their own dedicated one, so I don't have to look at quite so much crap. Like it's still gonna be bad, but it ain't gotta be that bad. But once it gets close, it cannot get straight. Interesting. Definitely more readable. Hey Ghost, how's it going? Huh. I should probably just alert people's channels to streaming, because why not? Toshi alert back. They're doing that. Lurk people in the shadows. Pump some numbers for people. Start being a good guy. I don't know. I got this Twitch Turbo. Someone might as well make some damn money off the Twitch Turbo. You call this a Switch? No. Oh my gosh, I've gotten so much worse with these things. You know not the depths that I have gone. These are just regular enemies there for gameplay tags to show which one's which. I finally compressed it down into its own little graph because, you know, it was getting gross. I mean, it's already gross, but it was getting real gross. Like the grossest of gross that ever gross. That gross. Don't know why I need these 2 extra little nubs. This character's complicated. Well, this actor, since it's the AI for everything. So it's got a graph for every single enemy in the game. Bosses as well. Graphs within graphs within graphs. Graphception is real. Do not question graphception. Might as well clean this up. what I do. Apparently I'm not allowed to lurk in the shadows for everyone. I can only kind of lurk in the shadows. Yes. So how's your day going, Sean? Is it going good? Oh, I got rid of that last one. That's weird. Couldn't do that. Eventually I might need to neaten this graph up, but I don't think I have quite as many bosses as enemies, you know? Oh, good. Well, things are going well. Oh. Kinda. I mean, so I was recently doing the data layers. Oh yeah, I was teaching someone how to do things, and I made a doll ball. I just decided the doll should have spikes on it for no reason. Now it's programming it to move and everything like that. I just haven't done that yet. I'm like, it's just a spike ball that just rolls around after you. I'm gonna have it jump too, you know, because why not? But I mean, I recently did that big change with making these data layers, and so I guess it's not really content creation at that point, but I did also restructure the whole second chapter, and I'm starting to structure the third chapter, so it's kind of both. Yeah. That's been my problem lately. It's they don't always seem to load. Like I'll run here and does it load? I mean, it probably will, but it takes a while. I'm not sure if in packaged games they'll be different or not. It might just be that levels, the data layers are stupid. I don't know. If I can't consistently figure out why they don't load. I mean, the fact you'd be able to just go from one level to the next would be sweet, but I don't know. So I'm kind of in content creation in that I've been building levels for the last 2 or 3 weeks, or like restructuring areas, but then this kind of got sidetracked in that. This actually forced a bunch of level rebuilds to try to make them all merge, all the levels merge, and now they merge pretty seamlessly, but it's like when once one of them doesn't load, then none of them load, from what I can tell. Like it's just caught up in some sort of queue to load things, and then so I don't know what to do about that. Possibly I might need to go back to the 4-level thingy, because at least that worked. But I got sidetracked by working on enemies instead, since the levels are... yeah. If the small ones seem to load... no, actually this one won't load either, because it's still stuck on trying to load that other one from the look of it. So that might be a disastrous change that... I mean, honestly, it's actually not that hard to change back. I just load all the data layers and copy everything back to the other maps, essentially. So I just would forsake all the other... and then I just make it where it no longer turns data layers on and off. Let me go back to where I was. The other issue is the visual problem of getting them to load within a reasonable time, even if they do load. Like, people see things load in, and it's like, cool, great, but like, how far away are we talking about these data layers? Like, if I have to load entire rooms in at a huge distance, then there's no point. H-load would do it better. Because HLoad will just individually load the objects, and that's just far better for me than whole chunks of the room, because that's just this massive load time. It's like people have this bizarre belief that, you know, having some things in memory is worse than perpetually loading things, and I'll tell you right now, that is not true. That is not true at all. You will take an FPS hit every single time you load one of those rooms. The FPS hit for having a bunch of things loaded is not that bad. I mean, obviously there's a cap, of course, but I'm uncertain where the happy medium is. But so far this doesn't work right. But I did organize things along the way, and I fixed a bunch of crap that was not really part of any room. They were just kind of stuck inside of things. Like I found lamps inside of tanks and things like that. It was weird. Like there were just things all over the place. Not as bad as the time when I found a complete fireplace inside of one of the walls. That was weird with like particles and everything. I was like, so kind of where I'm at right now. Other than that, I need to program in a whole army of tarot abilities. I came up with almost all the ones for the game, and I need to rework the bosses since I shrunk one of the boss areas to much smaller. You know, so it's around real sites, even though I'm using level instances as a basis volume, yeah. Well, that's the other thing I noticed. If you use little data layers, they don't seem to work the same with as they do with the HLoad. Like the HLoad basically doesn't care if you have like a level instance or something. It treats them all almost as like one, so it barely adds anything to add more level instances of something, the same thing. But when you do it this way, it doesn't seem to be the case at all. It seems like the level instances are all just loaded individually, thus defeating the entire purpose of a level instance. So yeah, I shrunk the boss room to this size because the other one was mostly empty space, but I did shrink this by about 33%, so I gotta fix the boss for that. But yeah, that's the problem I'm encountering, is that like I had a level instance of the building, right, as like a little toy. Now when the HLoad had that, it was no issue because it had already loaded the building once, so it basically was a free roll. I put that same thing inside of a data layer, and it now treated it as, instead of like the 1,000 thingies that comprise this, it treated it as 1,000 per each of those models. Because I had to load the building anyway. That's just a given. But the only reason it got away with the toy is like, well, it doesn't cost me anything to have it as a toy because the whole level is already loaded in the first place. So it's possible that data layers are just dumb and a bad decision. I mean, I wouldn't know until I experiment, obviously. My entire knowledge of data layers consists of about 4 days of messing with them. And I didn't mess with them yesterday or anything. So, maybe 5 days, whatever. So if I can resolve those two issues, they'll be pretty good. And if I can't, I need to split these back up again. Now I wonder if blueprints have the same like footprint in a data layer as a level instance, or if level instances are somehow worse, which they might be. Because as it is now with the data layers, the game is unplayable. Right, like I should run this. The HLoad would have already loaded this a long time ago, and yet it hasn't even loaded once. I don't even know why it was loading last time and not this time. Well, to be fair, I guess the previously I didn't have enemies spawning with the nav mesh, so that could be part of the problem too. Like if you get rid of the nav mesh, like it might just be too many calculations, right? Because this is a change that was made. The nav mesh got added back in. Let's say I delete the nav mesh. Huh. Well, you know, here's what it is if that's the case. Huh. Yeah, it's just inconsistent. Like, if there's only a couple things in them, sure. But am I gonna, like, split everything up into mini little data layers? Like, at what point am I just, you know... essentially building an H-load? I think that's the question I'm asking right here. At what point am I just building an H-load? But I'm like 50-50 on simply getting rid of the data layers at this point after experimenting with them. At first they sounded really cool. But the immersion breaking of things loading right in front of the player, or them just not loading at all. Now it loaded. So getting rid of that nav mesh and it kind of loaded. But if it can't load with a nav mesh, then what the hell's the point, right? That's the other thing too, is I think it has to calculate all the nav mesh crap immediately, and that's a problem. And you can do the dynamic nav mesh thingy, but that's really heavy too. Like, I tested that for a while, where spawning enemies in, they created the nav mesh around them. But what happens with that is that it's just the calculations are so heavy that you end up losing like 10 to 20 FPS on that. Which is kind of not great. So unfortunate, because I was like, oh, you could just run all the way downstairs. Woohoo, so cool. But I might just have to forsake it. Well, at least they're organized, so it's not like it's the worst, but... yeah, without the nav mesh on, it seems like it works a lot better. Yeah. I have to redo the jumping puzzle in there too. See, now it loads all great and everything. It might just be too heavy. The FPS is of course way higher, except for when it loads in, you'll see the huge FPS drop. I guess I just gotta make it... Hmm. Yeah. I moved this out here because I was going to make a change, and I'm just getting rid of that entirely. I might just need to accept that everything should be on its own. Like, there should just be 4 different levels, honestly. I probably just need to accept that. The data layer experiment is not good. Oh, thanks for the raid, Ghost. Aha! Now I'm watching myself twice. Like a champion. Oh. We're just discussing why data layers might not be a good thing to use. Because they load inconsistently. That is a problem. Hey Chanmita, how's it going? A lot of it coming down to, like, once the nav mesh is down, it often just won't even load a room outright. And then it'll try to load that first, it'll just sit in the queue. And then no other room loads. I just might also just throw out my whole map. Okay, well, how about throwing out the whole map? Oh, that'd be a terrible plan. Yeah, I'm finding that I think the age load just works better. Because I'm starting to think the level instances interact poorly with data layers. Because, I mean, like I said, all these level instances because they're basically free when you're doing age load. Like, you know, you load one level instance and it's like you've loaded all of them. It just recycles them. But when you do that with the data layers, it appears to just load them as individual things. So you gain nothing out of it. In fact, it's actually a little slow to load them from what I can tell. Now it's working pretty well. But earlier I couldn't even get these rooms to load at all. Yeah. Well, the big issue, like, was with the little models up here of the building. I'll whiz my way up there. Okay, well, that's kind of an awkward way to do it, but I'm almost up there. Yay! Okay. Never mind. I'll just look at him. But yeah, more effort than it's worth. These were literally just models of the building itself, and it was the level instance, so it wasn't a problem. But as soon as I made them a data layer, oh dear God, it's like 1,000 freaking meshes per. This room could never load. Yeah, the warm-up thing, that's what I'm thinking. And the issue with that is if the game can't be consistent, then you can't keep something, right? Like if it's just going to randomly work one time and not another. And I don't really know how to make it not be that. Like, I mean, the whole point of a data layer is it's supposed to load it when you need it. If it doesn't load it when you need it, if you don't use level lists as much, point stuff, yeah, yeah, not that great for me at all. No. Kind of what I'm seeing. I like the idea of being able to have, or you go to a room and the room is different suddenly. And maybe a data layer is good for a few items loading in, but I don't know about all the things. And also the question is, if it's just loading in a few things, why can't I just, you know, dynamically spawn things in like I'm doing with my NPCs and stuff, my encounter system in the first place? Like, what good are the data layers? And that's, I mean, it's not that hard to undo data layers. Probably spend a couple hours redoing some stuff to fix it up. The HLOs don't work for you, interesting. I don't know why they wouldn't work. Ah. Now we're building pretty good until data layers got involved. I haven't gotten to build yet since data layers got involved. That's true. The data layers have been, like, it's causing an error code 3, whatever the hell that is, and I haven't been able to figure it out yet. I haven't had time. So, I wonder if they're the culprit. Because I'd rather have HLoads over data layers for certain. Interesting. I admit I don't put a whole lot on the map anymore. That's incorrect, actually. Now, I guess data layers don't, but the HLoads I did all the time, actually thinking about it. It just depends on the area you're getting. They take forever to build, though. Like, before the data layers, I think it would take like half an hour to build the HLoads for just chapter 1. So I wouldn't do it on stream. Like, I don't want to sit here and wait for that. It's resource intensive. It just, CPUs just goes ham on it. It's just can't do a whole lot. It's terrible. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss on how I'm going to do this. Because, like I say, if they can't be consistent, then what good are they? And the real culprit is right through this area here. Like, the tiny rooms don't make a big difference. I guess you just got to really cap how big these things are. Trouble is you run here, I want you to be able to see, you know, like, out to where you'd be able to see that, like, tree out there, really, I think, would be about where you need to be able to see to get an idea. And then watching things load in is no different than having an HLoad that's programmed to be too small. All the construction rerun? Interesting. My test for the, that's good to know. My test for the, a level instance is I put like 30,000 of a level instance on an open world map and just watched it, and it still got 30 FPS, and I was like, okay, pretty good. I tried the same with the blueprint. Did not get 30 FPS. And don't get me wrong, I ain't putting 30,000 of any particular anything anywhere, but it was very noticeable for certain. The fact that this does set at like 30 FPS when it works is nice. I don't know. The fact that I just have to... Also, it's screwing with the enemy spawns in here for some reason. Then look. Now this doesn't load. This one will limit smaller maps you travel to from basement. Yeah, that's... I think that's just the best way to do it. There really is a cap on how big a map can be. Like, yeah, you can generate a map that's huge, but... doesn't mean Unreal Engine can handle that map. Start putting anything on that map and suddenly the cost of it's too high. Oh, you give the age they're not built? Fair. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop data layers. They seem so neat on paper. I did get a lot of organization done. cleaned up a lot of crap, deleted a lot of garbage, and restructured like crazy to fix a lot of problems, but I can't have it not loading rooms. And with no means of making it consistent that I can see. Especially when the whole purpose of this thing was to make it load them in the first place. Like to be an alternate loading system, so if the alternate loading system doesn't load things, it's kind of weird. Kind of weird indeed. Yeah, I guess. So much work to undo things. Oh wow. Boop. Back to being a portal. Slam the doors shut. My dreams of running all the way to the bottom. Been defeated. I feel that horse got ready to load. Without them, I have to load so much to be distance. Costing, yeah, fair. I got my city loading like that, the whole H-load thing like that. There's no way I'd want to load all that at once. But yep. You know, the best performance I ever had with Unreal Engine was back in Unreal 4 when I just had everything as little mini levels and I didn't bother with H-load anything, open world or anything like that. And the FPS was like way higher. You get involved in these H-load things and stuff like that. And yeah, you can have this huge world, but it doesn't really do anything good for me. But the downside of the regular levels was it put all the actors in the levels to then it made the file size of your game huge. So that was kind of crap. I'm just going to disable the data layer thing and load up all these other ones here. Because I mean, maybe I could stick with data layers and have them on, you know, just to one level. Oh, and thanks for the sub, Ellen Vector. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I did the credits thing here. Where are you at? The little one? Up to 4. Would you like what? 3rd place for the most people for subs? Yes. To sort them all and everything. Pretty good. I'm debating on if these data layers were a disaster or not. But overall, you know, having a good time. They're kind of loading inconsistently, so I'm gonna disable them for a bit and see if they work better without. Again, I think I'm gonna have to resplit the maps back up since I just don't know how I can make those load. And I hear it's probably important that the level loads, I guess. I mean, the whole point of those things was to make the level load, so I guess if they don't load, it's probably bad. I mean, probably. Maybe it's not bad. Maybe it's perfectly fine. I don't know. Sure. Why not? But I haven't been able to successfully run through the whole place without having it break, so... Nor do the H-loads want to build with those enabled, so... But other than that, man, you know, things are going well for me just overall. Seems fine. I should be able to undo this, I'd imagine. Technically, the FPS seemed like it was higher with the data layers. Let's break it right there, I guess. I didn't load the Safari room now. Dynasty? I'm gonna see if I can just kind of run around and have things not have trash FPS. This also solves a visual problem that was going to happen where it's like, okay, well, you're in this one room and you can technically see through the windows to this other room, but you can't, that room's not loaded. So then I have to load certain things with the building only, so they couldn't even be data layered, which were the only things that ever actually consistently loaded. Oh, I have these little room info thingies. Oh, I love this little bug here. You scroll down and sometimes it just trips out. It's like, cool, great, thanks, bro. Any room info will do. And basically there's just an additional thing out here, the data layer box that just spawns and despawns them. Sends a signal to Poppet. Just checks to make certain it's her. Gameplay tags. Finds room in. Make certain it doesn't equal the current room she's in, so it doesn't, you know, continuously load the same thing over and over. And then they call to her and she goes, okay, cool. What have you on? Look forward to catching up how far you've gotten since you last. Oh, sounds cool. Hopefully dinner is wonderful. I mean, the data layers, these are in the level, in the world, and that, you know, they're out there. The trigger for them is not necessarily, well, I mean, the trigger is in the world, in the too, in a way. But I mean, if you put a level instance, actually, if you put a trigger box out there, then you're still calling that inside of a blueprint for the level. So I don't see how you trigger them not inside of a blueprint. Anyway, from here I just have a thing there, which the name of it is, whether or not it's activated or loaded. I tried unloaded, that was worse. That was really bad. Nothing would ever load again if I did that one. It takes so long to load anything. I might as well scrap data layers instantly. Then I basically ended up bypassing all things, just Oh yeah, I have an async loaded. That's true. So technically this also slows it down too, so that could also be part of the problem, an async load. But you can't link all the data layers to a thing there, otherwise it's going to be... I mean, Poppet will be so heavy. Which means I could trigger them inside the level thing if I did that. And the code overhead on that is going to be huge if I did that. But potentially, due to the async load thingy, that could be a problem. But if I'm not async loading them, then that means that they're basically all effectively loaded in by the level anyway, right? Like, so the level just has direct references to everything. Which I guess it technically does already, but... I mean, that would make the size map insane for it, which means it's basically just loading everything. Anyway, I bypassed all this extra code because none of this stuff wasn't particularly useful. It mostly just came down to doing this. Right here. Just simply loading it. Nothing terribly complicated. The data layer assets way over there. Sure. I was trying some other alternate code to see if it would help. I don't actually think that would make a huge difference in this though, for how that's done. Putting them in, like, because you're still using a blueprint to call them, you're still, you know, for a trigger thing. I mean, I could place them a little better to make it so that the loading's a little more visual, as long as they don't find a way to just completely sneak past it, which they might. Yeah, wish it would. I mean, someone's got a better way of doing it. I'm all ears, but as it stands right now, I don't see it. Say if I have to divide it up too many times, I might as well just H-load. Because it's effectively no different than an H-load. Except for the really poor with level instances, which... I didn't optimize everything for the H-load and then have... I don't want to re-optimize it for data layers if data layers don't even work right in the first place. That's a lot of extra work I'm investing to see if I can make them get the job done. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. They seem like they work really badly with them. The problem is I have so many level instances, and the waiting room is not loading. I didn't tell it to. No? Wait, did you unload the room? I thought I disabled that. So I'd have to restructure everything to not use level instances and hope it works, maybe? And now you're not loading in? Wait, what? Man, I have so many level instances. I guess the question is, do blueprints work well with them? Right? Why would you not load? Like, these aren't even... They stop right here, so there's not even a... They don't even connect to unload them. Hmm... Let's just break these two while we're at it. Why aren't the data layers loaded? You just force loading them? Is that what the thing happening here? What happens? I don't know what's turning you off. Ugh. It's strange. You would think they would load in. I guess data layers by default don't load in when you... They have to be loaded entirely in the game. They're all default to not loaded. That's good to know. That means that I have to remove everything from data layers to test this. I guess I have a backup that's not too far back for purposes of this. And it's going to be a catastrophe. Oh, I'm gonna do it that way. Oh well. I just have to remove the stuff from the first level. I don't care about the second level right now. There's a mission. These libraries. Weird that they're not in the correct order. Sure, whatever. Oh, something's in the wrong room too. Guess it was that problem as well. I should actually just leave all these layers loaded and then just go through and remove everything individually, because I don't load the loader decks. It's possible things got loaded into the wrong ones too. Oh, whatever, I'll figure it out. Not sure where the library is, though. Load them all just in case. Foolishly creating work for myself. The story of my game dev career. Probably fair. It's not wrong. Yeah, like I say, the worst thing that happens, I mostly just organized everything, so it's not like the end of the world, you know? I don't think my game having more organization is particularly bad. It was nice to be able to toss everything inside of a particular room, though. I could add a layer and then be able to remove it so I wasn't looking at it while I was working on other rooms. Oh, the pump room's not loaded, huh? Fair. Fair indeed. I don't know if I ever went through and fixed the level instance on this. Whatever. Doesn't matter too much if I'm getting rid of these. At least I didn't undo a bunch of the organization I had first. So that's something I'll be able to still check the map that you're on. Yeah. I was looking for the maze. Even I don't remember what I call half the things anymore. Like I said, in the old package game, I get 50 to 70 FPS. In this, I was getting a fair number, but the problem was it wasn't loading, so was I even getting that number particularly? Yeah, you're rewarded by a bit of FPS gain. Of course, the other one didn't load, so, I mean, the dunk's really low for a second on this getting into an area. Quite a bit lower here. Though I could get all that crap off the map, and that'd probably help too. It's actually not loading that many actors in the first place, so... Oh. Need to rebuild the H-load as well. You can also split them into smaller levels too. Like, I don't actually have to have everything in a big level, but... Grab that barrel, did you? Let's make it so you can. Hey, the ball's all loaded. Yay! Oh, you know what I should also do? Whatever.
You're going the right way. The warships hum is my lullaby, but it's a liar. Am I me? The ether hums my name. I saw the future from the first blow. Its airship's shadow follows its trail. Airship's shadow, airship's shadow. Me?
The FPS still isn't very good. I guess if I were to build the H-load, maybe that would speed it up some. Probably. Just put smoke in every room, that'll solve the problem. Oh. So I was getting like 30 to 40 with the data layers, but again, since it wasn't loading yet, I guess that's fine and fair that it doesn't do it, because that's effectively like getting 0 FPS if you can't load the things, so technically this is getting better FPS. If you look at it in that regard. But it's still getting pretty bad FPS, so... I mean, I could try to do the data layers with no level influences at all. I thought that would help. reading up on it to see if there's any kind of information that makes it better or worse. And, yeah. Hmm. Everyone is just like, they're the new thing, blah blah blah. Hmm. May just have to accept that my computer's a potato. So I can make it work. The FPS was considerably better. But having it never successfully go through the entire thing is a problem. Which the other way works, but you can see the FPS just tanks. Well, I'm thinking things over. Just delete them anyway for now. Rebuild them later. I mean, there's a lot of little optimizations I could do, such as reducing all the draw calls and the texture draw sizes and the like too. Still splines floating around the world that could be dealt with to improve performance. a lot of information on these things. It's annoying. It's possible. I just would need the data layers to be smaller. Everything I'm reading is they don't seem like they're it doesn't seem like no one mentions any specific problems with level instances. They just seem to look kind of slow with them. But I mean, building it did a whole lot for me. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. The FPS gain is way better if I can get him to load. It's like way better. With it capping at like low 30s and then sometimes taking down to like, you know, 13 FPS or something on some of these loads, which is at that time was like at single digits. That's obviously that isn't going to be good enough. I mean, it is loading the stuff at least. That's something, but
You're
So I guess if I broke the Sapphire room up into smaller chunks. Because otherwise I don't see how I'm gonna pull it off. That's raw or something like that, was it? Is that wrong? Which one makes it vanish? Where did they hide that? Only on medium anyway. It always was a potato, that's true. See, there's a thing up in the corner here you could do to turn those on and off, so I didn't have to remember whatever command was it. Oh. You have to have stat none. It's not like stat FPS, we just turn on off with the same command. Curious if stat, like, you know, is eating performance or not. Might be. Find out. Stat none. Nothing else is open. Hmm. Nah, it didn't make any difference. About the same. Well, I mean, I could swap these to be less, I guess. Though it's gonna look really bad if it doesn't load in the full room. Like, you'll be running halfway through and loads the rest, like... Oh. These are placed out by the others too, so it's not even like a big deal on those, so they're not even any different. I can increase the load distance on the thingies by a bunch if I want. Hmm. Guess I keep messing with them for a while yet, because at this point I don't, I mean, the FPS is better when I'm not streaming by a lot, that's true. If I can make these work... That's a lot of FPS. In one map. Guess I'll leave it as it is for now. What I'm seeing is designing the content takes very little time by comparison to the amount of time it takes to make the content actually work. You know? We got added to the right layer, right? Okay. Because I'm sure like the polish time has been like 2 to 3x the time it's taken to make the actual content. Like, I mean, it's very substantial for certain. The thing that sucks about testing these is I have to basically all or nothing them because the test isn't very accurate if I don't have them all in data layers, or basically none of them in data layers. Oops. Thing selected. Hmm. Close out those just to get the accurate FPS here. Then we're right back to they don't load again. To be fair, I might have something messed up when we put them back together because none of them are loading. Oh, that loaded. To be fair, the other test would be to actually build the H-loads, but doing that while streaming is pointless because it'll take so long to do. I don't even got the H-load to build this way. Some data layer fails. Interesting. Okay, that's weird. But why? Is it just failing to load some of them? Oops. What am I doing? I could just do this. Is there anything to... These tests, I'll take a bio break here. Failed around here. Does something just have no name? It's probably failing for the city. And that's where the fail is. Let's see if it's just failing for the city and it's a nothing burger. Might be. Yeah, it's just the city. I don't care about the city. Because it doesn't have a data layer, so who gives a crap? Alright. I'm taking a bio break. Well, I'll start the random heads on the wall. They understand. Yes. Looks like a friendly place. Yes, I'll be right back. This room makes me wish I had more creepy assets. I mean, to be fair, I ended up making a bunch of random things, so or just using doll heads or whatever. And that does kind of get the job done. But... yeah. Oh, I didn't notice your message, Hamida. If you're still watching, I'm doing okay. No, you missed your message. Breaking things, as usual, but... Sorry about that. I'm missing the message there. And I want more candles and things in the room. I like the look of this room now. Now it's much more creepier and more... set it the way it should be. Maybe I'll work on boss fights and with that. The only thing I can think of to fix the data layer issue is to... I mean, I could try to split it more, but the way the room system is set up, all the things are so dedicated based on which room you're in. I don't really have a way to set up loading different data layers for the same room without calling it a different room name and having additional problems. Like, it doesn't know to load 2 data layers, and if I load 2 data layers, then why didn't I just load them as 1? Like, or what does it do to load 2 of them at the same time? Right? I can remove things from the data layers, so this way they have less they have to load. Probably anything that's a level instance could get RFG'd from the data layer. And that might help. To be fair, most of these plants are actually just blueprints. How much is in the safari room? There's a lot of actors in the safari room. It doesn't have to be so many actors, though. A lot of these could be combined together. Reduce the number of draw calls and make this, like, not an abomination. And maybe that's the first thing I do. Before I get crazy about data layers, maybe I just optimize the crap out of everything and see how the data layers pan out. Let's take the less extreme approach. The fault's probably not in data layers. The fault's probably in my trash programming. And my trash level design. There you go. When in doubt, it's probably my fault. The important lesson every game dev should learn. When in doubt, it's probably your fault. Hear me out. It's probably your fault. You might think it's not, but trust me, it's probably your fault. Yes. Also, speaking of trash, notice how these aren't even on there. Well done, me. Wait. There's 2 of them. Oh. Well, that's good to know. That actually makes sense because on the bottom I had initially I had ones on both levels to represent where they were going. I just used the same asset, so I was being lazy, but unacceptable. Also, those frames loaded, so those are fine. Well, minus 2 actors. I was like, these should fit. I don't understand what I did wrong. I mean, do I just want a generic pipe holder? Technically, I guess it doesn't matter how far they go through the ceiling, because if I have decide to have an upper area later or something, then these just won't load in, so it doesn't matter. I'll probably just do like 3 different sizes, like a tiny one and then a mid-rangey and things like that. Oh, that's true. We'll just set 1 up to be good, and after that it doesn't really matter much. Okay, camera. You got 1 job here. I almost want to fuse it over to the side a little bit just so it's a little more into it. So it looks like it's actually welded together or something to hold these up. Sure. I mean, realistically, I might just merge all these into one giant holder, too, for that matter. All this. I know long pipe holder would make sense, but if I make them all pipe holder and then what they are, then they'll be next to each other in the thing and I won't have to find them. Hear me out, that's like so much more convenient. What am I doing? Just delete those three. The pipe holder does not have to be in the exact same location. It doesn't really matter.
Hello there.
It's a visual thing. Ah. Hey Lepus, how's it going? I've been hello there'd. Why hello thar? Decent enough. Having a crisis on without actually use data layers, but trying to fix that. Beyond that, pretty good. I want them to work, I do. So I'm optimizing until they work. Or until I discover they don't work and I disable them and keep all my optimizations, because why would I get rid of the optimizations? That's weird. As is always the case, living my best game dev thug life. Yes. Things calmed down around there yet? You still got all the issues going on, or have people decided to go home and be happy again? These don't even hit the ceiling. Could I just use the long one? I could. Alright, some game ideas. Nothing's coming down here. Oh. Well, that sucks. Tell everyone to calm the hell down around there then. So you can get back to the important things in life like game dev. They'll understand. Probably. Maybe. Sure. Why not? Two materials. One material. It's not gonna stop soon. Uh-oh. Alright, so the game idea is about a guy who gets out of Africa by any means necessary. Hear me out. I need merge actors. People will be like, wow, this game jam game makes so much sense. It's like he just knows. Yeah, kinda. Super simple. God, what are you doing? I mean, do you know how many ways you could escape Africa? There's so many. I mean, damn, there's so many ways you could do it. You could make this like some sort of great heist game or something like that, except for it's just escaping Africa. All these complicated options. And in reality, it's just getting the hell out. So what's the game idea? If you want to say, I mean, I've got to say, I guess. I suppose. You could leave us all hanging, I guess. We would understand. It would be awkward and people would be sad though. I approve of the game if it has waifus. Just automatically. You know how it is. I'm a simple man, I'm easy to please. A very complicated mess. Isn't the game jam only 7 days? That doesn't seem good. I might have to bend one of these intentionally. I don't think I can actually merge those the way I want them to. Well, I'll burn that bridge when I get there, okay? Okay. That's fair. I even think about streaming is if you're gonna stream, you should stream a lot. Because you gotta build up the audience. And if you're not gonna stream like a bunch, then it's kind of not worth it. I mean, it's fun if you just enjoy streaming. It's just fun, but yeah, it's kind of the thing. If you're not gonna stream all the time. It's probably not worth it if you ain't streaming all the time. Oh, I see what happened here. The SM bug. I need to lurk more people while I stream. I've got like Twitch Turbo and I feel bad giving Twitch money and then like it not going to somebody else besides Twitch. You know? Hear me out. I think most streamers could use the money and Twitch doesn't really seem to care. Score Nitro, huh? Why? I don't really know what Nitro does for people other than let you use emojis all over the place. Which is kind of cool, I guess, but... So? I wouldn't pay money for that. It might just be weird, though. I feel weird paying money for Twitch Turbo, to be honest. I really hate ads, though. And I can't watch people's streams if I have to watch ads. I just can't do it. I just end up not watching at all. I mean, it supports them, though, so it's fine. Like, they get more money than if I was watching with ads anyway, so... For them, it's just a win, but... Ads do be rough. Might have to have some angled ones. I can get away without that. This pipe is... Wow. Because of fast presentation, upload longer videos. It's progressive. I suppose it's fair. I mean, if you're gonna post a bunch of discords, I'm kind of of the opinion that posting in a bunch of discords, like some random videos, isn't particularly good, valuable advertising. Because you'll post there like once or twice, but then the thing is that the people have already seen your stuff, so I don't like. Just look at my Discord. Take that as an example. When you look at the self-promotion, how many times do you check self-promotion? Probably not very. And if it's the same person over and over, you probably didn't care. And there's only like 10 people in the Discord? So you're advertising to a max of 110 people, assuming they even all look at that? You can go to all of them and do it like that, but again, like, it's such diminishing returns. I'd probably just make a minute-long video and post it in the Discord or however long, and then using like Imager, and then just move on. Like, yeah, okay. Or multiple minute-long videos. I think you get more value out of the X one because it gives you a view boost, right? And there's just more people to go with on that, so like that's the only one I'm considering. I would never actually purchase Nitro. I mean, I take it if they give it to me for free, that's true, but that's about where it ends for me. Yeah, X is I think the one you want. Plus, you can also make money off it if you just post controversial stuff, which is probably what I should be doing, and not posting game dev stuff. To be fair, I don't even really post game dev stuff. But if I'm going to advertise on it, I think that I need to, like, if I want to farm wishlist, I basically have no choice but to pick that up at some point. Probably sooner rather than later. I need more clippable moments, or just a really good clipped moment that I just put everywhere. Be the best strategy, I think. And the reason I get Twitch Turbo is so that I can network with other streamers. I mean, if I can't stand watching streams because of the ads, I'm not gonna be able to sit there and chat with them. Mostly I really hate when the conversation's interrupted right in the middle. And it's like, that's so cool that we're talking. Oh wait, sorry. Hold that thought for a few minutes while these ads play out. That's just a conversation killer right there. So I kind of prefer that I don't have that happen. I need a long pipe holder for this anyway. I mean, why I'm using a little short one. Also, I can't really afford to sub to everyone and their grandmother on Twitch. I can afford the $12 a month for the other, though. I guess. Oops. I'm just gonna have to suck it up and rotate this one a bit, I guess. I don't really want to make a custom for one thing, I think. I don't think people are going to be that weirded out. Maybe they will. Yeah, the main value of the X one is that you get a visibility boost And then you also get the option to get paid, but you have to get so many views that I don't think you're getting paid off game dev stuff. Let's put it that way. Not posting it on X. It's just not what people are looking to look at. It's basically advertising. People don't tend to like that. Not really. Nah, man. Nah. Did I get all of them? I'm missing 2. Oh. Probably help if I just grabbed them all. And that does reduce the number of things. I could just add those as part of that pipe, though. Am I doing that? I mean, that does reduce the number of draw calls by quite a bit. It's only $5 a month for you to get it? Really? Damn, man. Elon be kicking me in the nuts. Then I gotta pay like, well, if I want the premium one, then it's kind of expensive. It's like $7 a month for the premium if you get it by an annually version, or $8 a month if you don't. It's 8 if it's monthly and 7 if it's annual. I should just be farming X because I think that's where the greatest value is. X and maybe YouTube Shorts if I want to get wish lists. Because yeah. I need a VPN my way over to well, preferably a third world country because I'm sure the price for X is dirt cheap in a third world country. It is definitely not a good deal in the US. Places do regional pricing and then you are the sad. I only have 85 wish lists on my game at the moment. These are technically duplicated. I could technically just merge these onto here and call it square. Less draw calls is less draw calls. Less assets to load too for the thingy. Though these are, I think, part of the building anyway. Yeah, they have to be, so it wouldn't even help. Actually, all these are part of the building, but I mean, to be fair, that's still less draw calls. That I don't know. And just so Elon can stick it to the man by, you know, showing me that I don't have a... I don't get the good stuff. Very sad. The only thing that's really that valuable to me would be the reply boost, I think. I'd want to test it for like a month and see if it made any difference. Because the only way I found to even get minor visibility is to sit there and reply with my game to every single, you know, it's like screenshot Saturday, show me your games post. Which doesn't really get you likes or anything like that. It barely doesn't. It gets you a lot more views, but it doesn't seem to do anything beyond that. So it's kind of weird. Yeah. Kind of weird. Alright. Well, I'm going to add these to the edge load either way because I might as well. And then I'm going to grid them. We gridding. Too lazy to type main partition. Can't talk now. Pretty much. And all these can just get loaded into the Safari room thingy because I don't really care if you can see them from another room. It's fine. Boop. Obviously, this pipe has to be finished up And no, it has to be loaded in the whole time too because it goes through multiple rooms and it does multiple rooms. Is terrible. Is there? I just don't think that Nitro provides anything. It's really that simple. I just don't think it provides anything. So I just look at it like, cool, but what does this do for me? Nothing. So if I'm gonna advertise, I'm gonna target the biggest number possible. Did you not add selected actors? Wait, what? Can you not be added to a thingy? Why can you not be added? Well, first off, you should be in the Safari room. And I think what's actually happening is they're in the Magician room. Yeah, it can't be both. Boop. Well, that's fair. I mean, you know, if you want to get both, you can totally do that. There's nothing wrong with that. I've been somewhat poor as of late, so I've been real selective on how I spend money. It's just a long-term health problem. Just keep ruining me. Mm-hmm. This one's in the toy maze, sure. Best advice, don't have health problems. Mm-hmm. That's what you call it, Safari room, right? Not even my favorite name for a room, but it's here because reasons. At this point, I basically need to spend something like $20 a month for just the advertising things, which makes sense, I guess. I should probably do that. I mean, eventually the return on advertising on X would be very high, right? Because I'm assuming any wish lists I get are going to have to be basically from YouTube and X, right? I don't think Twitch provides anywhere near enough traffic to really get your game across the finish line. I mean, I love everyone on Twitch. You guys are wonderful and great to have around chat with and everything like that. But if every one of you bought the game, who watched me an entire stream, the game would fail. That's like, even at the most popular stream, I think I've had like almost 500 people watch the stream. If 500 people bought the game would fail. That's all that bought it. So clearly, you know, I mean, I gotta branch out a little bit for advertising, or SOL on that one. I don't know if it does. I think that what gets you followers on Twitch, there's a couple ways you can do it. You can get fake followers. The fake follower trick is you simply follow people and you follow enough of them and some will follow you back. You can build followers really fast that way. I guess you could just buy followers. I guess there's a third one. You can buy followers. Or you just post a bunch of, you know, really popular stuff, then people follow you. Those are like... And it seems like if you want to do that, you want to reply to posts of people who are already popular and just try to have really good replies to those, or just post your stuff in that. If you just post into the void, it doesn't work. You don't get anything. It doesn't do anything. It's pointless. You basically, it's a system of piggybacking. Maybe we move this up a little bit so it's not like flickering with the ground. But that's my advice to people, is just piggyback. Get your fame through someone else. To be honest, that's true with streaming too. You know, you got to make a lot of friends. I guess it's called social media for a reason, right? Yeah, creative subscription, hide some of your content. Yeah. That just seems dumb. That's like the memberships on YouTube. Like, unless you're have something really amazing to offer, I don't see how you're going to do that. It sounds like they're just trying to be Patreon. Patreon's better set up than X for offering extras. Same thing with YouTube. Patreon's just better set up for it. Like, I should start a Patreon if I was trying to do that. But the thing about Patreon is you got to advertise it everywhere, and then you got to have something that's really worth having as your thing. Like, you know, I mean, you gotta give people something for their monthly subscription. Should probably just go through every room and see what loads and unloads with each thing. Especially with the bigger rooms. Actually, the library looks pretty good. This room's a problem child too. Those aren't even in it. Good to know. Oh, the citizen in the waiting room. At least the shelves are. Actually, I think all of them might be. Yeah, they are. Each flower. Yeah, okay. They are. That could be causing a lot of problems too. Things just loading in bizarre numbers there. I really gotta focus on advertising more. I haven't done that much, and it's apparent. Like I said, for my game to be a success, I estimate I need 10,000 wish lists. That's not fantastic, but I think that that's about where I need to be to have any hope of it being worth the time. I'm gonna leave everything loaded so this way I can check other rooms to make certain that things are all loading in the correct rooms, because clearly they're not. There might be a really solid argument for just putting all these as this. 10,000 is not a lot. I mean, make the assumption that, you know, only half of them buy. I highly doubt all 10,000 people are buying. You're maybe you get a better percentage. So you're looking at like half. So let's say your game is like a $20 game. I don't know. That means that you're looking at $100,000. And then remember that Steam's going to take 30% of that right off the bat. So now you're looking at $70,000. Now my game is like a 3-year estimation window. So now you're looking at $23,333.33 a year before taxes, before any other costs. And then ask yourself, was 10,000 a lot, or is 10,000 like necessary to make literally poor wages here? Like you couldn't, this is hard to live on here. Not impossible. I managed to do it, but keep in mind, rent here is like $1,000 a month for most places. So like, you know, you just take 12,000 off that number right now, and that's really what you get to live on. I say if you're gonna spend 3 years on that game, and that's assuming $20 for the game, which I don't know. I said that would be the range, but then assuming it's probably not selling for $20. People are, when it first comes out, like, you know, assume a $20 thing there, you're gonna probably do like a 10-20% off sale, like probably 10% off, just so it shows up as a sale as a new game. Everyone does, and most people aren't gonna buy then. There'll be some. Over time, you're gonna sell it at various sale amounts, and you know. So you need a lot. Like, I'm not sure if you only have like 1,000 wish lists. I'm not even sure it's worth releasing your game. I mean, you probably should because you spent all that time, but it's kind of bad news. I think these should almost just be all merged into this pipe to be 100% fair. Yeah, just do the math on how much you need to earn to make it worth living, like, you know, to make it a job, and then how many years you're into it, and that'll tell you if it was a lot or not. I think you'll be unpleasantly surprised at how many you need. Now, if your game was only a year, then, you know, you can go with a lot less. Like, or if your game was made in a month and you got 1,000 wish lists, you're golden. Oh my god, that's amazing. Congratulations. But, as I said, this game's like a 3-year window, and it looks more like it might even be longer than that, with how things are going. And, you know, if more people buy than 50%, that's great, fantastic, but I don't think you should assume that more people are going to buy than 50%. I think that's probably a fair number to assume will buy. Yeah, probably just merge all this together just to reduce draw calls even more. Thinking about it, I added all those to Safari, but I guess I don't need to. It doesn't seem like they're all selected. Now they are. Okay. I think it was it like Bite Me Games that was the ones that really clued me in on it, where I was doing the math on that. And again, I'm not counting every fee, but just remember, Steam takes 30% of the number because Steam is evil and I dislike them immensely. But unfortunately, they basically just rule the roost, so nothing I can do about that. Meanwhile, Epic will give you 100% up to the first million. I'd much rather people buy it on Epic. Yeah. I still have to make the page for Epic, that's true. I should just reduce as many draw calls as possible. That's usually the big thing you want to do in this. Can I just copy the location on this real quick? No? Okay, just checking. This is not part of that? Really? The hell? I guess it's a way to mark where it goes, but... lame. Make it destroyable in case you want to fall out into the world. It's exciting, right? But now, for doing no advertising, I think that I'm doing okay for wish lists. Like, I've not been... I've posted like twice on X. And then, you know, everything else is by nature of Steam or streaming. So it's not like that's zero advertising, but like I say, I'm not a really popular streamer. Like I have a, I love all you guys. You're wonderful. I do have a small following, of course, but I'm not like Thomas Brush where I just instantly have a game that will be successful because I have a million bajillion people looking at it, sadly. But here and there's way up to that, so you know I got to get there myself. If this game does well, I could see it, but that's a big if, you know? Never gonna assume the game does well. Gonna do all I can to make certain it does well. Never gonna assume. I think Discord is better if I want to get a job in the industry, but X is better if I want to keep selling stuff from Fab. I agree. But I think if you want a job in the industry, your best strategy is to sit there and those Discords and become friends with all the people there. That's really what you want to do. Just become friends with them. Like, because, you know, no amount of advertising on there is going to be better than just being their buddy. The value of being their buddy is significantly higher. And you're friends with someone, you get moved to the top of the, you know, hiring thing. I mean, you still got to be qualified to a point, but I'm always going to hire my friend over some rando unless the rando is just that much better for the job, but I get the sneaking suspicion probably isn't. They're probably from India and lying to me anyway. There'll always be a little animosity there. Also, I think if you're trying to sell people on something, you really don't have more than a minute anyway before they lost interest and moved on, so I don't really know what you gain, at least to my mind. I don't have a very high attention span for ads, that's for certain. It's pretty much a non-existent attention span for ads. Which is hardline, it's kind of sus. Yeah, so I mean, you know, it's fair. Trusting people online is hard. I used to trust them more in the past. I do not trust them anywhere near as much now. But yeah, should probably broke this pipe in it too, because it's kind of weird making it try to be all straightened out there. Someone should be just directly against the wall, but I kind of want you to be able to run behind the pipe. Yeah. It takes a long time to build a friendship with them, but once you do, the friendship is just so valuable. So much more valuable than advertising. But I mean, you know, in the short term, advertising is pretty good, I hear. Like I say, if I wanted a job in the industry, I would be sitting there chatting away all the time. No questions asked, just chatting away. I remember when I used to hang out in the RPG Maker Discord, and they didn't even care that I was talking about Unreal stuff. I mean, like, because I just was also the only person talking there. Back before I had my own Discord. I should hang out more people's Discords too. Mostly it's a question of time. It's easier to go through the process. Flying. Because I say, hey, I know that guy from Discord, yeah? Well, I assume you're just looking to meet people in the Discord itself. Just to literally go, yep. You're gonna meet this person. And they're gonna give me a job. half tempted to just merge all this crap together too and call it square, but once I do that, well, I mean, I technically have the old pieces. This one's so garbage. Just garbage. It's just so poorly set up on there. Whatever. Hoping this makes a big difference. I mean, getting rid of this spline is going to make a difference too. I just need to get it to where I want it to be. Try to tone down the room that's the worst offender, I guess. Wish I had a better idea of some of the stuff when I first made it, but I did not, so, you know. It is what it is. Realistically, this should have a machine stuck to it so that it doesn't look weird. Also, this water hitting here is weird too. Like almost into this pipe over. What a disaster this whole setup is. Just a pure disaster. Oh yeah. Build that portfolio. Might as well. It's not going to build itself, you know? It needs your help. I guess I can't move all those at the same time. I can't move spline points and those. Fair enough. This has to go over then, at least some amount. Perhaps it doesn't go inside the building. It just goes across the front. So much easier when it went into a different room and came back into this one, but it can't do that anymore, so. Yeah, the team thing is rough. There's a reason I don't, like, I just shy away from letting anyone get involved with this project, because, I mean, first off, I've already invested so much time, having someone come in and screw it up would be not great, but, you know, just introduces more X factors, and unless I'm outright paying them, but I don't have the money to pay them. That's true. If I did, well, then I would just pay them as an individual contractor and not make them directly as part of the project. But that's a different day. Not today. Just be rich, smile. Don't be poor. Then you can hire everybody. Probably. Maybe. Sure. Why not? Man, the whole lurking thing does not work very well on Twitch. I'm lurking on people's thing, but it doesn't, keeps on pausing it on me, which is weird. Yeah, your situation there is not great. I would not even be doing game dev at that point. I would be definitely looking for a better situation. ASAP. Hell yes. This pipe is so finicky and gross down here. Ugh. In a perfect world, it'd be much more bent so that it was like nice, but nope. It's like some slinky crap going on here. Some engineer's gonna look at this and be like, that's not how it works. You're right, it's not how it works. Congratulations. You're not wrong. But hear me out. There's dolls fighting to the death because magic, okay? Listen, it's fine. Sure. Things can be a little off too, because it just adds to the weird off nightmarish type of world that I have here. So things don't gotta be perfect, but I don't want to be like intentionally garbage. Like that there, that's intentionally garbage. Can't have that. This is gonna have to go out at least that far. I think I just slam it together and move on. I didn't put a hole in the wall there. That's kind of unfortunate, but I really don't like how this pipe looks. I just don't know what else I'm gonna do without it here. I mean, like, I need a way to reach this. I can pretty much say I hate how this pipe looks. There's a little waterfall, that's cool, but this pipe now just uglifies everything. So I don't like it. But if it's not there, how are you reaching this? I wish I added onto this, but I have a thing blocking it. I mean, I guess since this is blocked, it doesn't really matter. I can just add another section onto here and block it. That's true. What am I doing? Why don't I just do that? And then one holder to hold it up? Because, I mean, this other thing, like, this just doesn't look good. Like, it just doesn't look good. There's no two ways about it. It looks terrible. I hate everything about it. I'm gonna keep one of those. I need one. It's about understanding the truth. Not every idea is a good one. Make the poster child for that one. Not every idea is a good one. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna just outright change the material on this to probably the matte one, because the other one's so bright and the matte one is not so bright. Oh, I guess I do it this order here. Edit. Oh, because it's directly on those. Well, actually. That's not the right one. Doesn't it already have that material? It does. So... Trying some ideas for your list for the jam? Not a bad plan. It's got to start with a simple concept first. That's your best bet. Start with a simple concept and then you go from there. Hear me out. It's probably a good idea. Why do I need to set this material? I don't care. That's pretty much it. Jam games aren't supposed to be that long, so, you know. You add in all this extra crap you have to do, the odds it gets done in time is pretty low. So it's like, about that. About that indeed. Seems a little, questionable. I guess the question is, why is this pipe doing what it's doing? And the answer is, I have no idea. There you go. That's my reason for everything. But yeah. That's kind of what I'm doing each time, though. Every time I get some idea of what I'm going to do, I just kind of been reducing everything and focusing on what's actually good. So I've been dropping ideas that just suck, or that they just don't pan out very well, and trying to focus on the ideas that are good. I'm tempted to ditch the painting world idea and simply make it a room in the building that you just travel to via all the paintings. You still jump through paintings, it's just where you go. Having it as a separate map does make it a little easier to spawn in things if I want to have that sort of collectible thing. And maybe instead of having the Poppet box be like, you know, the thing you decorate, maybe you just decorate the painting world or something. That probably makes more sense than what I was doing. Because some systems are just a lot of extra work, and you know, I don't really know what the advantage to all that extra work is. Like, I mean, is it really adding that much to your game? These are really dark, hard to see. It's pretty hard to justify something that takes a huge amount of time and doesn't add a lot to my game. Especially the farther in I get, where I start to realize how much time is going towards polish. Frickin' polish. Now that I truly understand how long polish takes. Right. About that. I'm so sad that this pipe has this block here. There's nothing I can do to remove it, so screw it. As long as you can run out and jump on this from there, that's all I care about. Or I could have one more giant mushroom, but the problem with that is where is it coming from? Oh, that's not even remotely a problem to jump from. And you can't jump back, which is what I was hoping for. Okay. Should reduce the number of draw calls a disgusting amount, for certain. Mergy. I can't merge this thing? Is that the problem? I mean, it's not technically a static mesh, so I... Oh, never mind, it was just scrolled up. I was like, wait a minute, I should be able to merge a spline. What do you think I've been doing with the splines? I've been merging them the whole time. Can't merge a spline. I've just been cheating this whole time. Say improved, I guess, sure. Alright, I shouldn't have to do that again. That solves this problem. Actually, no. No. I'm not forgetting you again. Getting you. Tired of trying to realign that dumb thing. Let's delete the old one. There'll be none of this. 1, 2... Yeah, that's 5, sure. I mean, I've just spent so much time going back through and optimizing, improving, and things like that. I mean, halfway through the game's development, there's still things in the first chapter I'm working on, which says a lot about how long this is going to take. I still delusionally think I'll be able to have all 4 chapters. Feels pretty delusional, though. Where did it go? How did you get delete? Wait, what? Save everything. This should cut about 50 some odd draw calls out of this room between all this crap I've done. And reduce the number of actors they're letting from 390 to not 390. And maybe the safari room won't be so crap in the future. Maybe. Ah yes, let's play this game. Okay, how close are we on these? Way far off. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Guess I could just move it by playing with the numbers over here. Did I forget another one? God, there's another one right here. Really? It's fine. I'm not going to get rid of it. I don't care. Don't care. It's fine. It's annoying. It's fine. Should have double checked. It's my bad. Alright, you win. Okay. Doesn't really fit the best, does it? I kind of knew that going in. But it wouldn't be perfect. So that is where it should be approximately. I remember how crap these pipes were. They were already crap though, so. Okay, that looks... How does that even happen? It's like they break more and more with each thing or something. I don't know. Whatever. As long as I can run through them successfully, it doesn't matter. Did you not load in, buddy? I fall through the world? The girl who fell through the world? That's kind of what Papa did. She's like, falls through the world. I thought I hit play, but it's not. What is going on here? What's up with a collision on these? Merged actors usually pick up all the collision of all the components. That's the point of a merged actor, so... Have I foobarred everything? Do I need to redo it? Jesus. Not to improve now, huh? Let's just get this out of the way, okay? Like, if you're gonna be like that, it's gonna suck. But I don't know what it did with the collision. The collision was bad. You should feel bad for having done that collision. Yes. I may have to go back through and redo that entirely. That's also why the ducts are better, because they're square. So the collision's much better than pipes, which are terrible. Oops. Hammer time? She's like, oh, she's leaving. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, the fact that they kind of seem to break a little bit every time they merge is kind of awkward. It'll be in the dark, but it's a little awkward still. Am I going to remake the whole thing because of that? Not right now. Maybe later, but not right now. I think there's kind of a limit on how much time I want to spend on this. It did seem to load the Safari room pretty well, though. But to be fair, well, I mean, I spawned in the control room, so... No, I was in the Hall of Records, so... The fact that it seemed to load pretty well says a lot. Ugh. To the building, please. You don't get to be in the room thingy. Because going through right here, that was where it had to load all these extra thingies there. That was like 3, 6, 9, 12. There was actually another one there, so 15. The spline thingy there, which is probably, I think, like another 12, so like 27, 30, 33. 36, 39, 42. He's got merged there too, so I mean, all we got to do is down to 1 here, so there was already 1 before, so basically just minus 42. Same thing here was like minus a total of 4 because it created 1 on each of those. But these are identical, I think, so I can actually just merge them with those and say screw it and take all that out of the Safari room, which is still probably quite a few thingies, I imagine. Well, it's 357 now from 390, so definitely not 0 things removed. Not everything got removed from the thing for certain, but basically if I can just reduce all those by a decent margin, then I should be okay. If not, well, at some point there might be an argument for merging all the walls together too. Like once I have all the walls exactly as I want them, merging them all together to just have the one giant thing that's called, because the building's already loading, but it doesn't have to load that many characters. Or strategically doing sections of it, I don't know. I'd have to mess with it and see which worked out better. These are basically already in the building anyway. But we'll see what I can do to improve performance. Because that's just the thug life I lead now. So it's... No. Wait. If I'm gonna merge it, let's just do it all at once and just merge this bottom piece onto it too. Get it over with. No reason to beat around the bush here, you know? Draw calls are the #1 enemy of performance. And then texture sizes are like #2. Actually, I guess the number of actors that it loads is technically the worst performance thingy, but that's not necessarily true. It depends on the actors we're talking about. Some actors are basically nothing. It's really the number of meshes out there involved probably makes the biggest difference. That also factors in the number of draw calls too, for that matter. I have these as not attached to it. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but we'll see. I'm just gonna delete this one out too. I might change those or have them be something that's just drawable. I don't know. So I'm kind of reticent to do anything with them yet, but this should make some difference, I assume. And if not, well, yeah. That's messed up. Yeah, I know I should have some sort of thing sucking water in there if I want to get, you know, all cool like that, but I haven't done it yet. Also, these need to move down. No, it's just this back one here needs to move back some. Sometimes it's easier to just do this than that. I'm doing that quite a bit actually. And I can dump those in the building explode and Way too lazy to type building partition in. It's a little better now. Not by much, but I only dropped a couple out of there. 355. Gets a little rough eventually the farther you get. I mean, technically the rocks can be moved together too into little rock formations as well. It's not wrong. Also, I just hate this whole setup. I should probably just have a rock down here to go through. Or even just outright remove this because it's so bad. I could just block it with some rocks or something. I don't even have to have the way there because, I mean, this is so many different little things here and it's not fun. You can't really see through it. It just, nothing about these was good. There's another way out, I guess. Unless I want to find some way to lower the water even more. I need an explanation for how the water doesn't just pop out of here too. Also, this pipe thing is way, way too hard to see through. Like, it needs to be like up here instead of like, so you can actually get through this. Which might be the answer. And then it has to have some sort of gate to block it off. I don't know. I think I just wasted a bunch of time on that for no reason. And I could just cram a rock through it. That's probably what's going to happen. I just cram some giant rock through it. Like here or something. And that just prevents any problem. Maybe I make it where you can jump on it or something for some no apparent reason. I'm just gonna delete all this crap out from under here though. Like it's just, none of this needs to be here. Just none of it. What a waste. Sure, there's only one way out of this area, but I don't care. It's fine. Some content is bad. This would be one of those that we just don't talk about. You didn't see it. Yeah. So I managed to eliminate 45 actors from the room. Still a lot, but it's better. All the chairs down here, of course. I forgot I added little things there. I'm sure as time goes by, those will get replaced out with something more interesting. My continuous passes to improve these areas. Funny part is this little like area here is so tiny. Like it looks normal till you get by a door and then it's like, that's not normal at all. There's a duck in there. It's kind of a terrible setup, really. Kind of went overboard with that, with the whole almost childlike setup like that. So this is just like a bad area for them. It's supposed to be almost like a little children's area or something. Even these are too short. Maybe I just assumed the doors are really tall. I don't know. Sure. See how much better it loads now. I guess I gotta close out a bunch of crap too, so let's see if it has good resources here or not. Music's running around. This is mostly just a load check. If there's anything else. I can't imagine anywhere where losing 45 actors from a room makes it load slower, that's for certain. I gotta open these doors again so I can test out the worst sections. A lot of the others didn't have any problems, but these ones sure do. Not a portal. It is open. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Oh, that camera. You got all day, buddy. I never did finish my little ball thingy. I mean, as long as I make an enemy a day, that's not terrible. An enemy or an ability a day. I don't think I actually managed to finish the game if that's all I do, by the way. So I started so close to that it didn't seem to load in. But we won't count starting within range of it because there's no point where that'll matter, except for in my testing here, because I can load in from anywhere and people can't just load in the game from anywhere. So that shouldn't be too big of a worry. I think. Does seem like it's working better. And gangway is mostly up above, not below, so. I'm glad I just eliminated all that crap from the secret guard that made no sense. I mean, yeah. Huh, that's weird. I constructed all these paths and then I made the collision better later, which sucks. I like the piratey music of Broken Compass. It's a little slower load. The FPS is still hot garbage though, as it loads in these rooms. It also restarts the music, so I need to have a thing to prevent the restarting of music. I need to come up with a better way for it to hold the weapon there. I have exactly like, I think 3 stances, and I just, everything is one of those 3, and I need to really invest some time in fixing that. You see how exciting this music is? You're just going along, it's like an adventure. I have questions. I have to make it where you open a door and it loads the thing on the other side or something, just so you can don't see it loading in. Then you gotta force the doors to keep slamming again or something like that after the fact, and that's kind of awkward. Yeah, if I just go through and improve these few rooms that are real problem children, it'll probably... The data layers will probably work. There's still the visual issue. But the biggest problem has literally been the Safari Room and the Hidden Grotto. Those two, and the Pirate Splendor. Those three rooms actually are all pretty trash. I actually like having the geysers to the sides, so I'm probably going to put geysers on both sides so you can just see them shooting up as you walk along. And the nav mesh is on this time too, which is the other problem child thing, because the nav mesh is not free. It might be more optimal to have little tiny nav meshes everywhere. I ended up deleting those because they got corrupted. Because sometimes nav meshes just get corrupted. And having to reposition them all for every single room will take a considerable amount of time, so... Basically the same as putting out room infos for everything. I wish you could have a nav mesh inside of a room info. Like inside of a blueprint, basically. It'd be so good. And now it's loading pretty good. It might just be all those draw calls. It was quite a few. I mean, it's still quite a few. But 45 characters, many of them blueprints. Not zero. I'm just kind of running around the building here. After this test, I'll take a quick bio break, but that's after this test. Yeah, some future me problem. Oh, I actually want cursed back, so the devil's actually terrible when you're trying to get cursed back. You kind of just turned it off, honestly. Nah, I turned it off. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. The overall hasn't failed to load yet. Yeah, I'll just do a bunch of work on those two rooms, so that this is not an issue. And I guess I'll just have to try loading from a greater distance to deal with the visual bug. I don't know what else I can do about it besides that. I didn't open this door. Damn. Shame on me. Load? Okay. Well, that's awkward. Finally a room that didn't load. It's like when you're higher up, it doesn't quite want to load, and now it's not loading any of the rooms. Yeah, and then from that point on, it just doesn't load. So it's like it gets stuck in loading forever. I wonder if it would behoove me to unload them. Like, they're not loaded necessarily, so if you go to here, the ally thing, it says there's only 1,300 reactors loaded. Which is not many, by any stretch of the imagination. But it really just doesn't... Like, it's changing the rooms, so, I mean... I'm in the Forbidden Toys room, that's true. It's also the second time jumping from a higher point it didn't load. Let's see. Alright, well... I'm gonna take a quick bio break and then I'll figure it out. Just have to remove more things from stuff, I think is what's gonna have to happen, that's all. The more stuff I remove, the better. Yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. Might as well continue. Should put the music back on. I don't know why I didn't. Practice that track. I got actually about another couple hours today, then I have to go run off to my office and get a package and then meet a client. But, you know. I'll probably end up streaming tomorrow because I don't have anything better to do. That's true. Gotta go spam my game at other places so I can advertise it and get up to that 100 wish list so I can be like, I have 100 wish lists on my game, yay! That made me very happy. It's a milestone. I'm gonna go through and make certain everything's in the right rooms here just to do what I can here. Guess technically this should probably be in the room too. Well, let's get to the building. It should be part of that anyway. You're not in any, right? I get the sneaking suspicion that all this sorting is going to take quite a long time once I get to the huge number of rooms that'll be in the game. But I'm on track to have about 22 per floor. Which means that there's more than one, or there's, in like 3/4 of them is a tarot card, so that's a lot. I kind of question that, but I mean, to be fair, if I make everything tarot cards, I suspect the magician room is full of a lot of crap that needs to be fixed. Otherwise, these things won't even load. I'll just be really sad all the time. He's outside. Just have to move it to the building, I guess. Didn't think about that, but I don't know what else I'm gonna do with it besides move it to the building. Yeah, it sticks through the wall. Not much to do about that either. I'm actually pretty fine with this setup. Those go through the whole thing there, so I guess they just kind of have to. They show up in two rooms. I gotta remember never to do that again, like, or really limit how often I do that because it just causes issues that don't need to be. Other than the tarot card problem of them being in a bunch of weird places, things ain't so bad. Okay, that's the lot of a lotta. You see all the dumb crap that's currently just residing in there? Apparently that's also residing in there. Well, well, well. Good to know. The good news is once all this is done, I'll basically have the first two floors completely laid out. The first two chapters. Leaving only half the game to lay out. Which is decent. I mean, you know, I've heard worse. Records. Actually, a few things don't load correctly in here. Mostly it's this. And that key. Oops. Well, there's keys in the waiting room. Half of records? There. I mean, all this would be game breaking, so. You go to Siberian, it just doesn't even load because, you know. Sucks to you. Oh, thanks again for the sub, Film Vector. For dropping by and hanging out. Hopefully next time you wander by, I'll be able to actually play through things and show off more of what's going on. Hopefully by then everything will be in one giant building. Technically it already is, but technically you can run down to the lower levels now. In theory, there's not much on them, but you could do it. And maybe it'll have higher FPS. It's a long road ahead. But yeah, thanks for swinging by. Oh. I don't remember the last time you looked. I mean, the big change is... Did you see that I removed the 20% of the building and basically rotated the whole building? Which then forced me to restructure the whole second for. I mean, it got a massive redesign on the lower floor to make up for that. I can load everything in and show you if you want. Oh. I mean, Rubber Duckies wasn't too long ago, was it? I don't remember when the Rubber Duckies were. Probably the last couple weeks, I guess. Right? I mean, maybe. Has it been 3 to 4 weeks? Holy crap. Has it been so long since Ducky greatness? That's wild. I mean, the major changes were literally just, you know, that forced restructure of the whole game, which... Yeah, about that is, load everything in and show you that Pirates Plunder's a new room. Secret room is not new. Weird room is not new. They only loaded in when the data layers exist, and this is from last week. So I'll load them all up, and I might do a brief run through them, but I have the Toy City entrance way down there. Aha! I mean, there is a an option to speed up a stream. That's true. I should probably have just, you know, a recap streams of my things where it's just literally I just speed them up and chop out all the extra crap, and then people can just see everything I did. Just have a you know, a time-lapse game make thing where I just have the entire game making it from start to finish, just time-lapse. That'll be fine. They might watch. So it's gonna be kind of laggy because I loaded everything there, but now this the pirates room is over here, the boss thingy, which is actually across from Pirates Cove now. We fight Charlotte, which is next to the you know, hidden grotto. As you can see, it loads in smoke from one of the rooms. I don't know which room's loading that in, but they don't load normally. I had to restructure this, so now, because when I put these two rooms together, like, they weren't the right height. So this one had to be moved up a bunch because I couldn't lower the other room at all. The number of walls had to be restructured was crazy. I don't know why the lights are on for this. I mean, like, you know, you can't even see what things are supposed to look like. It's just kind of what it looks like. You probably saw the campsite room get added, which was over here. I made little models of the building. Any little sale signs and everything. And then the control room and everything hasn't changed. I mostly moved around a couple things there. As far as this floor went, the playroom now has 2 floors along with doors that you have to unlock and like 2 buttons. And the important doors now have 3 of them. And when you beat it, you go now into... It's still out the same door. See if I can find it. It's kind of hard to see past all the low hanging stuff here. And you go into the washroom, which is now... just a smaller version of the washroom. And then it pops out now into a second floor of this, which could use some redesign for certain. It's very laggy with everything loaded. Also, there's extra smoke everywhere. And then, I guess so. There's now a staff-only room. Like, you unlock the key and you go to the staff-only room, which is, you know, just for staff. And now the windows are here. So I had to restructure because these windows were like way farther out there. Not anymore. I redid the Forbidden Tours room to be smaller because it's just hard for Vu to keep up. The battle was so big. So now it's much smaller. It now leads to Charlotte's bedroom, which needs to be worked on. It's just got concept crap in here. So that's a thing. This other floor got more restructured too. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'm in the Hidden Grotto. Fair enough. The lag makes it hard to tell. I don't know if you saw how this area got changed. Now have all sorts of stuff in it. And like little places to go on and everything. New pipe mazes, new stuff like that. I was making another place here called the Pirate's Plunder. I might make the other shop Halloween themed and this one be like a pirate themed. This fog shouldn't be loaded in here, but it's from the upper area. But unfortunately, because I have everything loaded in, it's just how it is. This room got to change because I had to redo the landscape because I merged all the maps together. Lag. It no longer has the thing above. I realized that it was too short. People would just hit their heads. It was weird. Not much else changed about it besides that. There's a viewing room over here, which was a control room originally, but had to get moved because, yeah. I guess so. Lots of things got moved around. I kept some things. Now basically the positions of the secret garden and the pirate graveyard got swapped. They just had to be, and then all the pathways got swapped to it. Lover's Altar's in here. Part of the Lover's Tarot mini game, you will. I did not move any of these. These are all the same. Broken Compass has a galley now. Like, you know, cooking places, a storage room for Annie's. They got moved around a bit. And now the brig is right next to that. There's still a bit of issue with the layout of things, but yeah. And then the entrance to Toy City is now down here, which it got structured a bit differently, but it's been up in the air the whole time. But now I have a secret room above that currently does nothing. Neat, as we get into the third chapter. Now you come down and so I had to just tear out everything, so I had to move all the stuff inside and everything, so now it's kind of like my concept rooms are a wreck down here. But you get kind of an idea of where we're going with it, sorta. I'm gonna make a train station in here. I still have my default washroom. I've kept a little castle in here, even though it's just a not even how the castle's gonna look. I just put a bunch of crap there to say, yeah, it's good. So all this got shoved around. And mostly I just wanted to stuff it in the building, so I had to remove 20% of the game, basically. It's just because there was a bunch of dead rooms in the first chapter and dead rooms in the second chapter, so things got restructured to fix that. And the basement entrance is currently open and ready to go, so at least we have that going. Get down to here. I have a phone system now. It doesn't do anything yet, but I want a phone minigame. Oh, thanks, yeah. This room is already the same. I have nothing going on beyond here yet, but I do plan to have a level below in that, and I'll get to it eventually. I didn't move the Toy Maker's Concept Workshop yet or anything like that, so not much really changed there. Like, this is still sitting here as a concept. So that didn't change too much, other than things are a little more in place. But basically chapter 1 and 2 are pretty well laid out. 1 doesn't really need a lot. I think some of the rooms need some improvements, like the Toy Maze got some... I added things to stuff. So the Toy Maze got a bunch of additions. Mostly I'm making a tiny little circus below it, because it's just adorable and weird, and why not? Where are we at? So laggy. Yeah, now underneath here there's a tiny circus that I'm working on, but it hasn't got much to it yet. I'm gonna put little versions of everything and small versions of the toys down here, just to screw with the player. They'll come down here and everything is smaller than them after everything being larger. And I'll have some things down here. Also, you can now get up above onto this area up here through pipes. So now you'll be able to go up on top of the pipes. You seen that a bit? Okay. That was pretty close to when I did the duckies, so. I've got a container of bouncing balls now. So they just kind of sit here and you can knock them all around. I'll want to unload a bunch of things before I try to play the game though, obviously, because you can see how laggy it is just moving around the editor. I think that's most of the changes that happened. I don't think I made mechanics changes in the last few weeks. I've been restructuring everything because of that 20% being removed from the building that forced me to have to restructure chapter 2, which then it took 2 weeks in its own right. So I don't believe anything else got a huge change. I guess the music room now has a bunch of space on it because I got rid of the forbidden hallway and then there was extra space here, so I just made it part of the this thing there. I could have made it part of the washroom. I thought about it, but there's a window here that screws it up, so it's this way now. Yes, it's this way now. So I may have to do some like bits of improvements to kind of make these last rooms great. They're pretty good at this point. Like I could release the game as playable as far as the first chapter goes, except for I need to work on Vu and Patrick to make them cooler. Well, Vu needs a rework because the area's too small for it now. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I definitely have been restructuring a lot. Technically, the game is... Well, that one day, it got like 20% closer to being done, right? Because I just removed 20% of the game. Most work I ever did in a day. What a genius. I have to rework the map now because 20% of the map's missing. So I guess the map cubes like, can stay out here, but there's no need to have them. There's like 2 rows of map cubes that don't do anything anymore. And then I got on all the other floors, and I didn't really change the painting world much. I think I made Tinka smaller because I was going to give her like a little palace or something in there instead, making her huge. I think that's about all I did to it. I don't really know what I'm going to do with the painting world yet. Without rescuing toys, there's no point in it. As far other than being a way to travel between paintings, so it doesn't really do anything. So I don't know yet. I'm not even sure I like her being tiny, because this area is so big. But I kind of like the idea of her running to each little painting to watch you. There's that too, so I just made her small. I made her walk around instead of flying, because the flying was so weird, but that's about all I've done as far as this goes. I guess there's some secret stuff, but I don't want to reveal all that because it's like spoilery and people seem to hate spoilers, so I don't want that. We won't talk about the secret stuff. Shh. I don't believe I made any new abilities. The closest thing to a new ability I made was I think I was working on the sun or something and I never finished it. It loads it all. Did we work, buddy? No? Yeah, it summons little suns. I thought they were gonna be like light sources that you could, you know, make grow larger or something to wipe them out or something, but I never did anything with them beyond that, so now you just summon them. I have some mechanic ideas figured out for them. I think they look kind of cool for what they are, but I don't know how useful. Oh, cool. Well, thanks for dropping by. I think next time you drop by, there'll be like a disgusting amount more stuff, unless you drop by like in an hour from now, in which case there won't be. But I just got to beat this data layer system into submission so it actually works every time. Might give me an extra 15 FPS. That's pretty good. I like extra FPS. Yep, that's my excitement. I'll have to get back to actually designing combat again soon here. I mean, it's not like I'm being lazy, but God, I've spent a lot of time on level design for a while. The sadness is great indeed. So much level, so much design. Hmm. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's definitely doing that. This bot message. Grow your stream with botleafer.com. AI chatbots keep your chat active and help you gain followers fast. We've arrived at this, boys and girls. We don't even need you anymore to keep the chat active. The AI bots have got my back, apparently. Pretty soon they'll generate all the content, they'll comment on all the content, and they won't need us anymore. The internet will truly once and for all be dead. It's the first time I've seen advertise an AI bot to talk in the thing. Like, that's a new one on me. Like, I see them advertise, you know, followers all the time and people watching, but never a bot to talk. Oh, I hate what the internet has become so much. So much. I'm gonna keep all these loaded up because I plan on double checking stuff. I regret that the pirate area is bigger than the little Halloween area. It worked out like that. To be honest, the Halloween area wasn't really intended for people to wander around it. It's supposed to be for like Charlotte, so. But to be fair, most rooms could actually be usable with that, and they could just be like, yeah, the Charlotte's Boom's like, this is where the place is haunted or something, you know, it could be something along those lines. They could do that. Some justification for why it all exists. I mean, it would excite people. There are so many rooms in this game. Oops. I think if the right things are going, it'll be unlikely I even finish the second chapter by the end of this thing. It's taking so much more time to make each area. Like, there's just so much time and effort that goes making it cool, you know? I'm really starting to wonder just how much I can truly get done. Say, if I didn't have another job to worry about as well, that would probably help immensely. Well, and the health problems don't help either, but pretty much say that, yeah, it's taken a minute. I could technically move all these over and reduce the number of map cubes that are in the game. Well, what I could do Or would I do this? I could technically like glass in this area or something, or like block it off and make it so that the player could wander around it, as long as there was some kind of a border to indicate that they couldn't leave. And have just a giant flying area. But what do I do with that? Like, what am I really making when it comes to that? And I don't have a good answer for what I'm describing here for certain. I just don't. I'm assuming I'm going to want to... just duplicate all these again, huh? I'll have to think about that. I might keep them there just because that would technically be another place I could have, you know, things like that. You could go wander around and explore. Here's an extra area. But the problem then becomes here. Like, you'd be able to get out here really early. And I can't have that. I mean, what really counts as the building, I think, is the question we're asking here. The answer is, I don't know. What counts as a building? What indeed? What indeed? I mean, technically this floor here, not nothing. I'm just gonna make a thing where Discord, they just, if you're just trying to advertise art to me, to just don't do it. Just no. It's like a message in my profile. It's like, do not advertise art services to me, please. Thank you. I keep getting all these friend requests, and it's just these people trying to, you know, sell me AI art. It's like, no. I'm not contributing to the economy of India. No. Why can't I click these? They're so hard to click. Oh, they're in the same row, huh? That's awful. I duplicated him, then moved him down. What a horrible thing to have done. Whatever, I guess I'm just duping them all, right? We'll just call this group 2, I guess. They're not really floor-based anymore because of how they were set up, so I'm just gonna just dupe and move them down, you know? Your map system is jank. It's better than zero map system, but it's still jank. Like I say, I'm not 100% certain what I'm going to do on those. Having something cool on the front of the building would be nice, some sort of neat setup or something, but more likely I would just have some little garden type out thing or some sort of, like, you know, front something going on here, not necessarily much the building, so it's possible it could be a little area to wander around out here, but if I just count the metal as the building, I would allow it to be some size. I'll have to think about it. It also adds a huge number of actors to the map too. It's possible I could do a better with than the map cubes too for where you're at. Like some sort of coordinate calculation for where you're at. Right now you're just literally tripping over these cubes. But that's 660 actors on the map. I could probably H-load them though. Probably not like incorrect. They already are. Probably the building grid, I imagine. Control Shift S, not doing all the saving like it was supposed to. Apparently. That's gonna make clicking things a big pain forever. Also, it's like these ones could be probably higher up. Like lower down, I mean. More matching with the floor. They sort of kind of almost do. Not really. The floor heights are kind of arbitrary. I didn't measure this building out like I should have. Mistakes were clearly made. I was busy going through all these rooms too to make certain everything was where it's supposed to be. Alright, I'll start working on that. So to remind me. Oh. Oh, you can't get stuff out of the magician room that was clearly not supposed to be there. Forgot exactly when to go to the office. And basically every one of these cards and those thingies was all in the magician room. And that'd have been embarrassing. It's like, oh, I wanted to play the game, but hear me out. You can't get any tarot card besides the magician. It'll be fine. Should make the game hard. That's true. Chapel could do some work too. It's fine, it's just there's not much to it. It's kind of got a couple jumping puzzles that eat a lot of space to do it. You're really not going to do much in here beyond those. It's kind of, there's no curiosities. There's like these are just empty shelves. I mean, it's just, it needs something. Yep, it's a tarot card and the other thing there. Both are in the wrong thing. I think down here this other one's loaded too. No? Guess I'm not going to keep trying to guess it. I'll just go this way and find it. Oh, yeah, it's the very starting one. Who needs that? It's fine. This room has problems though. Thought it'd optimize the crap out of this room, but I guess not. It's kind of important because it's the first room. Should probably that be pretty optimized, all things considered. It's okay, we'll get to it in a second. Looking for extra crap that's loaded into there, but looks like we got everything. We got them, boys. We got them. Why am I doing it that way? I just want to hide the data layer. There's so much machinery and crap moving around in here. It's kind of awful. Kind of awful indeed. Well, those weren't loaded in. That's good to know. Some can be in 2 layers at once, huh? It's only 81 actors. I don't see why this would be a problem, child, but here we are. Entering from a greater height seems to be causing some problems. I'll worry about that in a second. I might as well make certain all these data layers are loading in what they're supposed to. Before I get crazy with other stuff. Looks good. I gotta find this anyway. Doesn't auto scroll to it. Looking good. Those is out of place. There's a clock in a wall. That's good to know. Hope everyone was paying attention to the clock in a wall. I mean, aren't all clocks in walls? I mean, seriously. It's fine. Don't worry about it. No worrying about a thing, don't do it. Trust me. Add that to it. Save the playrooms for the end. Gotta add a plant. I just didn't think about that the building would have to have its own separate stuff. I could load in a few things by just going out there and having its own special room infos. It does have room info. I don't know if I want to do that for all of it though. I could. Or just put it as the building stuff. Leaving the H load. Technically worse overall. I wonder how much this game, how well it'll run once I get everything packaged up. That'll probably be insane, the difference. If I can successfully run around the whole thing without a single break. I got really far last time without it breaking though, to be fair. I mean, say what you will, but I got really far. With only like, I think 2 or 3 rooms left to actually hit before I finally ran into a problem. So, I mean, that's much better than previously where I couldn't get 1 room without a problem. Yeah. Message. Nothing important. I think I was pretty good with this room. Really, though. Sloppy. Oh, that was good. I wonder if ones that are loaded in 2 data layers could be a problem. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. Oh, I shouldn't have done it differently. I should have done it this way. I think I did the Hall records. I got stuck in the middle of it and didn't finish. Where you at, buddy? The chapel? Makes sense. I don't even like these particular ones because of the fact that they're can't be unlocked. So I don't really know what I'm going to do with them. I'm probably going to replace them out with something that you can interact with because I hate things you can't interact with. That's been kind of the game's big thing that it does is you can interact with just about everything. Not literally everything, but just and then we get to the playroom. This horribly unoptimized mess with every spline under the sun. I'm getting there though. It looks fine. Sure. To be fair, that was probably one of the last ones I did because I had to. Well, last one I did on the solo because I had to initially go back and resplit the whole thing. Probably one of the more recent ones I did in general, but definitely when I was restructuring, it was one of the most recent ones for certain. Those are all sorted. I'm not sure what I'm doing with the top of this, other than maybe I should convert some of these over to not wines and just duplicate a bunch of them instead, because as it is now, there's just a million draw calls when you run by this room. Is that what I want to do right now, or do I... Well, I don't even know what to do to solve the mystery of this one. Like, why didn't you load? Is it the height problem? If so, why is there a height problem? I don't understand why you wouldn't just load as normal, because it's still intersecting it the same way. So you'd think it would just load. But just like with this one, it might not. Huh. Load's a little slow. And then I fall through the world before I successfully get anywhere, so I have to remember that. Data layers, they do be a little slow. I could load them sooner, I guess. It's just Poppet making the call to him. I guess I am really close to that. Are you in the building? It seems like it should be. Because if it's not, there'll be times when it just doesn't load and it goes into another room, so I probably don't want that. Besides, now I can load onto it directly and successfully reach over there and see if I was just too close inside the level trigger. I think that's just what it was. I was too close. But it doesn't explain the other room though. I just failed outright. Oh, I shouldn't tell it to. Fair enough. That's why we check for all this crap. Gotta test it. Getting there though. Slowly but not so surely. Getting there, if you will. If you're already overlapping it to start with, it won't work. So I have to be far enough away that that's never the case. That's just a load-in thing where I'm loading in, you know, for testing. It's not an actual regular game bug, so I don't care that much about it. Loaded. Oh yeah, I hit the H button, whatever. The thing I use for screenshots has got a bug in it, but I don't care because it's does what it needs to for screenshots, and it's not getting in the final game. Just hides the HUD. Nice jump. See, he just jumped over and bit me. What a jerk. Seems like it works to me. At this point, I just need to keep optimizing it more so that it loads in these things. Potentially extend the distance they load at so that you don't really see them load in as much. There's still a certain issue that always happen. I mean, I can only get it to go so far out before it's defeating the whole purpose. And certain rooms aren't even optimized yet, so nothing beyond the first floor is particularly that optimized. I mean, I guess that Hidden Grotto is the next most optimized thing. And it's not so optimized now. Run around the building and make certain that every building loads. It's doing better. Good screenshot area. Oh, I forgot about him. Said open up Patrick's room. Oh well. What chapter? Funny is the FPS isn't terribly much better, but to be 100% fair, the longer I go, the more my computer is like hates Unreal Engine. But
Are you stop? Too long stick is not all that great. Every cog's a star and they're all spinning to unravel. The ether hums my name. You're going the right way. Stu and Russ doesn't like me. You're going the wrong way. Nobody could ever love me. We're all mad. A shooting star jumps.
maybe they open the flavor from that side. It's fire though.
Ow.
So hot in his room. I'm just like, bleh. Open the window. Look where I guess. Zoom has the worst temperature control of the entire place. And of course, I put the device that generates the most heat in it. Perfect. 10 out of 10. At least that fan helps. Jesus, I turned on the ceiling fan and the door. Now it's feels like it's only like maybe upper 70s in here instead of like mid 80s. In the brig load. As one doesn't load, it seems like none of them will load after that. The FPS doesn't even seem like it's particularly better than what it was with all this effort. It starts out better, but it seems like it just doesn't quite do it. Now it loaded the room. It didn't load it from above. Interesting. Why? Bunch of floating crap. Nice. Mm. Almost like they just lose performance over time. Oops. That's a disaster, and this documentation is trash. That's how I'll probably just decide to, close up shop for today. I gotta go do some work anyway. But I'll stream tomorrow because, I skipped a day for wasn't feeling very good, so I try to stream at least 4 days a week. I'd stream more if I had more free time. Regrettably, I do not. Anyway, like what you saw, the game's called Poppet Quest. Follow, subscribe, join the Discord, wishlist it, or don't. Either way, thanks for watching, and I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, 6.5 hours earlier than this, give or take. So, I'll catch everyone later.